Hey guys, tonight we're traveling high into the freezing Andes Mountains, where the air grows thin, the winds never seem to stop, and one mountain quietly swallowed more human lives than almost any battlefield in history. It looked peaceful from a distance, just another towering peak rising above the clouds, but beneath its rocky slopes rested unimaginable wealth. Veins of silver so rich that kings, emperors, merchants, and pirates across the world would eventually depend on it without ever seeing the mountain itself. The local people called it Cerro Rico, the rich mountain. It would become one of the greatest silver mines the world has ever known. Of course, whenever historians hear the phrase limitless wealth, experience suggests that somebody else usually ends up doing all the digging, and in this case, that somebody was hundreds of thousands of exhausted miners. Tonight we'll slowly descend into the dark tunnels beneath Potosi, where candles barely pierced the dust, where every breath carried invisible poison, and where entire generations disappeared underground, while Europe's palaces glittered with freshly minted silver. We'll meet indigenous workers forced into impossible labor, African slaves brought across oceans, Spanish officials dreaming of endless fortunes, and ordinary families who simply hoped that tomorrow's shift wouldn't be their last. Along the way, we'll discover how one lonely mountain in present-day Bolivia quietly reshaped the global economy, financed mighty empires, fueled international trade with China, and helped create the first truly global currency. It's a remarkable story, not exactly the sort of holiday destination brochure would recommend. So, before we settle in, take a moment to like the video if you enjoy relaxing history documentaries. Subscribe if you're new here, and let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight. Now, dim the lights, settle into your favorite chair, perhaps find an extra blanket if the evening has turned chilly, and together, let's slowly climb toward the mountain that gave the world mountains of silver and quietly took countless lives in return. Chapter 1. The Discovery of Cerro Rico. The sun had barely risen above the jagged peaks of the Andes when the mountain first revealed the secret that would change the world. Long before European maps gave this place a name, the people who lived among these high valleys already knew the mountain. It stood over 4,700 meters above sea level, towering above the surrounding landscape like a silent guardian. Its reddish slopes glowed at sunrise, catching the light in a way that made it seem almost alive. The local indigenous communities called it Sumaj Orco, which translates to something close to magnificent mountain. Later, the Spanish would rename it Cerro Rico, the rich mountain. Both names were accurate, though for very different reasons. Hey, if you climbed nearly 5,000 meters just to discover you still had another hill to climb, you'd probably give the mountain a memorable name too. At first glance, Cerro Rico looked like countless other Andean peaks. Rocky, windy, cold enough to make anyone question their life choices. Grass struggled to grow. Trees were practically non-existent. The air was so thin that visitors from lower elevations often became dizzy after only a short walk. It hardly seemed like the sort of place where one of history's greatest fortunes was waiting. Beneath the surface, yet hidden inside the mountain, were astonishing veins of silver ore, formed millions of years earlier by volcanic activity deep within the earth. nature had quietly spent ages preparing an underground treasure, apparently with no concern whatsoever for the consequences once humans discovered it. For generations, the indigenous peoples of the Andes had noticed unusual stones scattered along the slopes. Some shimmered in the sunlight, others contained streaks of bright metallic minerals. Unlike ordinary rock, these communities valued precious metals, but not in quite the same way Europeans did. Gold and silver held spiritual meaning. They decorated temples, honored rulers, and reflected the sacred relationship between humanity and the natural world. Wealth was measured through community, harvests, and reciprocity, rather than enormous piles of shiny metal locked inside royal vaults. That difference in perspective would soon collide with devastating consequences. One popular story tells of an Inca miner named Diego Hualpa, though historians continue to debate exactly how much of the tale is legend and how much reflects historical reality. According to the traditional account, sometime around 1545, Hualpa was searching for grazing land, or perhaps hunting along the mountain's steep slopes. As evening approached, he built a small fire to keep warm against the freezing Andean night. The heat from the fire cracked nearby rocks. When morning arrived, bright streams of molten silver had appeared among the fractured stones. Imagine accidentally discovering one of Earth's richest silver deposits simply because you wanted to avoid freezing overnight. History occasionally has an unusual sense of humor. Whether this story happened exactly as described remains uncertain. Similar legends appear throughout mining history, often explaining spectacular discoveries with dramatic moments of luck. Reality tends to involve years of observation rather than one miraculous evening beside a campfire. What seems much more likely is that indigenous miners already possessed considerable knowledge of the mountain's mineral wealth before Spanish officials recognized its extraordinary scale. The Inca Empire itself had extensive mining traditions. Across the Andes, skilled workers extracted copper, gold, silver, and other minerals using stone hammers, wooden supports, woven carrying bags, and remarkable engineering adapted to steep mountain terrain. They understood where valuable ores could be found and how difficult high-altitude mining truly was. Some accounts even describe an earlier attempt by the Inca ruler to exploit Cerro Rico. According to later chronicles, workers began extracting silver from the mountain, only to hear a mysterious voice commanding them to leave the treasure untouched because it was destined for other masters. It is almost certainly a legend created after the Spanish conquest, yet the story reveals something fascinating. People later struggled to explain how such unimaginable wealth could remain hidden until precisely the moment Spain arrived. Legends often emerge when reality seems too extraordinary to accept on its own. Meanwhile, events far beyond the mountain were unfolding with astonishing speed. In 1532, the Spanish conquistadors, led by Francisco Pizarro, captured the Inca Emperor Atahualpa. Within only a few years, one of the largest empires in the Americas had fallen under Spanish control. The conquest brought violence, disease, political collapse, and enormous disruption across the Andes. Spanish officials immediately began searching for precious metals, not because they admired beautiful craftsmanship, because silver paid soldiers, silver financed wars, silver purchased ships, silver impressed European monarchs, and perhaps most importantly, silver satisfied creditors who had become rather impatient about being repaid. When reports reached colonial authorities about exceptionally rich mineral deposits near the growing settlement of Potosi, interest spread rapidly. Surveyors, soldiers, merchants, priests, fortune seekers, and professional miners all began making the difficult journey into the high Andes. Many arrived, expecting easy riches. History politely informed them that mountains rarely cooperate with human expectations. The altitude alone proved punishing. Even healthy newcomers suffered headaches, nausea, exhaustion, and breathlessness. Every physical task demanded more effort than it would at sea level. Swinging a hammer, carrying supplies, or simply climbing a steep path became exhausting work. Then there was the weather. Days could feel surprisingly warm beneath the brilliant Andean sun. Nights plunged below freezing. Powerful winds swept across the exposed slopes with little warning, carrying dust that settled into every piece of clothing and every lung unfortunate enough to inhale it. Still they came. More miners, more investors, more officials, more dreamers convinced that somewhere beneath these rocks waited a fortune with their name on it. Within only a few decades, what had once been an isolated mountain became one of the busiest places on Earth. Potosi grew at astonishing speed. Simple camps became streets. Streets became markets. Markets became churches. Workshops, mills, warehouses, government offices, and crowded neighborhoods spread across the mountainside. By the early 17th century, Potosi ranked among the largest cities anywhere in the world, with a population estimated at well over 100,000 people. In an age when many European capitals remained comparatively modest, this remote settlement, perched nearly 4 kilometers above sea level, had become a booming metropolis, all because of one mountain. Every day, thousands of workers disappeared into hundreds of tunnels carved through Cerro Rico. From above, the mountain still appeared majestic. Inside, it had begun a slow transformation into an enormous underground labyrinth. Each new tunnel promised wealth. Each tunnel also carried the constant threat of collapse, poisonous gases, flooding, and suffocation. The rich mountain offered extraordinary rewards. It demanded extraordinary sacrifices in return. No one standing on its slopes in those first years could fully understand the consequences. The silver extracted here would cross the Atlantic aboard heavily armed treasure fleets. It would finance Spain's vast empire. It would circulate through European markets. It would travel onward to Asia, especially China, where silver became the foundation of international trade. Coins struck from Cerro Rico would eventually pass through countless hands, belonging to merchants, sailors, kings, bankers, pirates, farmers, and shopkeepers scattered across nearly every inhabited continent. A single mountain in modern Bolivia would quietly become the beating heart of the world's first truly global economy. But before oceans of silver could reshape global commerce, someone had to dig it out. And that task would fall upon ordinary men whose names history rarely remembered. As we'll soon discover, the greatest treasure hidden inside Cerro Rico was never simply its silver, it was the human story buried alongside it. Chapter 2. Before the Spanish, indigenous peoples of the Andes, before Spanish banners fluttered across the high valleys, before priests raised church bells above the cold mountain air, before thousands of miners disappeared into Cerro Rico carrying little more than candles, picks, and quiet hope. The Andes already belonged to civilizations that had spent thousands of years learning how to survive in one of the world's most demanding landscapes. Tonight, we're slowing down the story for a moment. History often rushes toward the arrival of Europeans, as if everything beforehand was merely an introduction. But the people of the Andes would probably disagree. They had been building roads, growing crops, raising families, and governing kingdoms long before anyone in Spain had heard the word Potosi. Besides, mountains have very little interest in who claims to own them. They were standing there millions of years before any empire arrived, and they'll likely remain after every empire has faded into history. The Andes stretch for nearly 7,000 kilometers along the western edge of South America, making them the longest continental mountain range on Earth. Snow-covered peaks rise above vast plateaus, while deep valleys carve through rugged cliffs. In some places, the land seems almost impossible to inhabit, yet people found a way. Archaeological evidence shows that humans have lived in the Andes for more than 10,000 years. Over countless generations, communities adapted to the thin air, unpredictable weather, and steep terrain. They learned which plants would grow at different elevations, where llamas could safely graze, and how to build homes that could withstand freezing nights and fierce mountain winds. Life demanded patience. At these heights, nature rarely rewarded haste. Instead of fighting the mountains, Andean societies gradually learned to work alongside them. Farmers carved remarkable terraces into hillsides, creating level fields where crops could flourish despite the steep slopes. Looking from a distance, these terraces resembled giant staircases climbing toward the clouds. Building them required extraordinary effort. Every stone had to be carried by hand. Every retaining wall had to be carefully placed. Every irrigation channel needed to direct precious water exactly where it was required. It was engineering on a breathtaking scale, accomplished without steel machinery, concrete mixers, or the comforting promise that someone else would finish the difficult parts. The mountains rewarded such determination. Potatoes became one of the region's greatest agricultural achievements. Hundreds of different varieties grew across the Andes, each adapted to specific climates and elevations. Alongside potatoes came quinoa, maize, beans, peppers, and other crops that sustained growing populations. Food preservation also became an art. During freezing nights and sunny days, potatoes could be naturally freeze-dried into a product known today as chuño, allowing them to remain edible for years. Imagine inventing long-term food storage simply because your weather forecast alternated between freezing solid and surprisingly pleasant necessity. Has always been an inventive teacher. Animals played equally important roles. Llamas carried supplies along narrow mountain paths where wheeled vehicles would have struggled. Alpacas provided soft wool for warm clothing. Guinea pigs, now more commonly associated with children's pets, served as an important source of food. None of these animals could pull heavy wagons. Not that wagons would have been particularly useful on mountain trails barely wide enough for two people to pass each other. Instead, the Andes developed their own transportation system. Thousands of kilometers of roads connected distant settlements across valleys and mountain passes. Rope bridges stretched over terrifying gorges, swaying gently above rushing rivers hundreds of meters below. Crossing one probably required both courage and a firm decision not to look down. Messengers known as chasqui ran these roads with astonishing speed. Working in relay teams, they carried messages, royal commands, and valuable goods across vast distances. Fresh runners waited at relay stations, allowing information to travel remarkably quickly throughout the empire. Long before horses galloped through these mountains, human endurance kept communication alive. Religion formed another essential part of Andean life. The natural world was not viewed as something separate from humanity. Mountains possessed spirits. Rivers held sacred power. The sun gave life. The moon guided time. Earth itself was honored as Pachamama, often translated as Mother Earth. Offerings of food, textiles, coca leaves, and precious metals expressed gratitude and sought harmony with these powerful forces. This spiritual worldview shaped how people understood wealth. Gold and silver were admired for their beauty and symbolic importance rather than their purchasing power. To the Inca, gold represented the warmth and brilliance of the sun. Silver reflected the gentle light of the moon. These metals decorated temples, royal clothing, ceremonial objects, and sacred spaces. Their value was spiritual before it was economic. A beautifully crafted silver ornament honored the gods. It did not normally pay for a loaf of bread. This difference would later puzzle many Europeans who looked at precious metals and immediately imagined overflowing treasuries. The Inca looked at the same metal and saw something far more sacred. By the early 15th century, one kingdom began expanding faster than its neighbors. From its capital at Cusco, the Inca Empire gradually united much of western South America. It became the largest empire ever established in the pre-Columbian Americas. Stretching across present-day Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Chile, Argentina, and Colombia, it governed millions of people speaking dozens of languages. Remarkably, the empire achieved this without a written alphabet in the European sense. Instead, officials used quipu, complex systems of colored cords and carefully tied knots, to record information. For centuries, scholars believed quipu mainly counted taxes and census figures. Modern research suggests they may have stored far more sophisticated information than once imagined. It's a useful reminder that just because a civilization records knowledge differently doesn't mean it possesses less knowledge. The Inca government organized labor through a system known as MineMita. Rather than paying taxes entirely in money, many communities contributed labor to public projects. People helped construct roads, temples, irrigation systems, agricultural terraces, and storehouses. Importantly, this original MineMita system was designed as a reciprocal obligation. The state expected labor. In return, it provided food reserves during famine, organized public works, and offered protection. It was demanding, but it was not originally intended as the brutal system the Spanish would later transform it into. That distinction would have tragic consequences. Mining already existed under Inca rule. Copper produced tools, gold and silver supplied, temples and ceremonial treasures. Skilled miners extracted ore using stone hammers, wooden wedges, fire-setting techniques, and remarkable knowledge of mountain geology. The work was difficult, but generally operated on a far smaller scale than what was about to come. No one imagined hollowing out an entire mountain simply to satisfy an empire's endless appetite for silver coins. Even the richest deposits were approached with a measure of caution and respect. Many mountains were believed to possess powerful spirits. Taking too much from them risked upsetting the natural balance between humanity and the sacred landscape. Whether one accepted those beliefs or not, they encouraged restraint. History would soon demonstrate what happened when restraint disappeared. By the early 1500s, the Inca Empire stood at the height of its power. Its roads stretched across mountains. Its engineers built astonishing stone cities. Its farmers fed millions. Its administrators governed one of the most remarkable civilizations in the ancient world. Yet beneath this appearance of strength, trouble had already begun to spread. A devastating civil war erupted between two rival princes, Atahualpa and Huáscar, each claiming the imperial throne. The conflict exhausted armies, divided noble families, and weakened political unity. Then another invisible enemy arrived. Diseases carried from Europe, particularly smallpox, spread ahead of the Spanish themselves, killing thousands who had never laid eyes on a European ship. Entire communities mourned losses they could neither explain nor prevent. By the time Francisco Pizarro and his small band of conquistadors entered the Andes in 1532, they encountered an empire already wounded by disease, political conflict, and uncertainty. Even so, few could have predicted how quickly everything would change. Within little more than a decade, Spanish rule spread across the region. Ancient systems of government collapsed. Sacred temples were dismantled. Churches rose in their place. The familiar rhythms of Andean life began to shift beneath the weight of a foreign empire. And somewhere in these towering mountains stood Cerro Rico. For generations, it had watched civilizations rise beneath its slopes. Now, it waited for the newcomers, whose hunger for silver knew almost no limits. In the next chapter, we'll see how a quiet mountainside transformed almost overnight into the booming city of Potosi, a place where dreams of unimaginable wealth drew people from across the Spanish Empire, and where the true cost of that wealth was only just beginning to reveal itself. Chapter 3. The Birth of Potosi. You had wandered through the high Andes in the early 1540s. You would have found a landscape that felt almost untouched. The wind swept across the rocky slopes. Llamas picked their careful way along narrow mountain trails. Small indigenous communities farmed terraces that clung stubbornly to the hillsides. And Cerro Rico stood quietly above it all, its reddish summit glowing beneath the brilliant Andean sun. There were no crowded streets, no endless lines of mules carrying silver ore, no church bells echoing across the valley, no merchants shouting over one another in busy marketplaces, just another mountain. Or so it appeared. History, however, has an unusual habit of transforming quiet places into the center of the world almost overnight. In 1545, news of Cerro Rico's astonishing silver deposits began spreading through the Spanish colonies with remarkable speed. The rumors sounded almost unbelievable. Miners claimed that silver seemed to burst directly from the mountainside. Travelers spoke of rocks so rich they glittered in the sunlight. Officials reported ore of exceptional purity. Naturally, everyone suddenly developed an overwhelming interest in mountain climbing. Within weeks, prospectors were arriving from every direction. Within months, merchants followed. Soon afterwards came priests, soldiers, blacksmiths, mule drivers, tavern owners, government officials, craftsmen, fortune hunters, and professional gamblers, where people dream of becoming rich overnight. Someone else usually appears to sell them a shovel. Temporary camps sprang up across the barren slopes. Canvas tents flapped violently in the freezing winds. Simple wooden huts appeared wherever there was a patch of relatively level ground. Cooking fires dotted the valley after sunset like scattered stars. Nobody expected these rough camps to become permanent. Most believed they would extract the richest silver quickly and move on. The mountain had other plans. The more miners explored, the more silver they discovered. Rich veins seemed to stretch endlessly beneath Cerro Rico. Every new tunnel uncovered another. Every promising excavation encouraged dozens more. Instead of shrinking, the opportunity appeared to grow larger. Word reached Lima, the capital of Spain's South American empire. It crossed the Atlantic aboard ships, carrying reports to Madrid. Spanish officials quickly realized they were witnessing something extraordinary. This was not merely another mining settlement. This could become the greatest source of wealth in the entire empire. The Spanish crown wasted little time bringing order, or at least its version of order, to the rapidly expanding settlement. Officials surveyed land. Plots were allocated. Mining claims were registered. Taxes were introduced. With impressive efficiency, empires have always possessed a remarkable ability to notice profitable opportunities. By the late 1540s, the settlement had acquired a name, Potosi. Its exact origin remains uncertain. Some historians believe the name derived from indigenous languages already spoken in the region. Others connect it with legends surrounding the mountain itself. Whatever its linguistic roots, the name soon became famous throughout Europe. For generations, people would simply say Potosi and immediately think of unimaginable riches. The town itself grew with astonishing speed. Streets appeared where only rocky ground had existed months earlier. Builders worked almost continuously. Despite the harsh conditions, stone houses replaced wooden shelters. Warehouses stored mining equipment. Workshops repaired tools. Blacksmiths hammered iron from dawn until dusk. Carpenters struggled to keep pace with endless demand. Every profession found opportunity in the growing city. Even bakers discovered that miners possessed an annoying tendency to become hungry. Water presented one of the first major challenges. Although mountain streams flowed nearby, they proved insufficient for a rapidly expanding population. Engineers constructed reservoirs and channels to collect precious water from surrounding valleys. Later, dozens of artificial lakes would be built high in the mountains to supply both the city and its increasingly complex mining operations. Supplying food proved equally difficult. Very little could be grown around Potosi itself. The altitude was simply too great. Almost everything had to be transported from lower valleys hundreds of kilometers away. Long caravans of llamas and mules wound through mountain passes, carrying maize, potatoes, coca leaves, meat, wine, clothing, tools, timber, and countless everyday necessities. It was an extraordinary logistical achievement. Every loaf of bread represented someone's exhausting journey through the Andes. Yet people kept arriving. Spanish nobles came seeking fortunes. Experienced miners traveled from Mexico. Merchants established businesses. Lawyers opened offices. Doctors treated altitude sickness with varying degrees of success. Priests built churches. Musicians entertained wealthy mine owners. Even artists found patrons eager to display their new prosperity. Potosi became one of the most diverse cities in the Americas. Spanish settlers mixed with indigenous communities from across the Andes. African slaves, forcibly transported across the Atlantic, also became part of the growing population, especially as mining expanded. Different languages filled the streets: Quechua, Aymara, Spanish. African languages carried by enslaved workers. Conversations from across an empire echoed beneath the shadow of one mountain. The city soon developed a rhythm entirely its own. Before dawn, miners climbed towards Cerro Rico, carrying candles, picks, chisels, and bags for ore. Merchants opened their shops. Market women arranged vegetables, cloth, and pottery. Priests celebrated morning mass. Officials reviewed mining licenses. Blacksmiths lit their furnaces. Mule trains arrived loaded with supplies. By sunrise, thousands of people were already working. Above them all, the mountain dominated every view. It watched silently as hundreds of tunnels gradually pierced its slopes. At night, hundreds of tiny lights flickered across Cerro Rico, like stars that had settled upon the earth. Each represented miners laboring underground. Some would emerge safely, others would not. Despite the dangers, optimism remained remarkably strong. Stories spread of ordinary laborers who discovered exceptionally rich veins and suddenly became wealthy. Whether these tales were entirely true mattered less than the hope they inspired. Hope has always been one of humanity's most valuable resources, sometimes more valuable than silver itself. The Spanish crown also recognized the importance of controlling this remarkable city. Royal officials established courts, administrative offices, and tax collectors. Every bar of silver had to be carefully recorded. One tax became especially important. Known as the Royal Fifth, it required 20% of all precious metals extracted to be paid directly to the Spanish monarchy. 1/5, straight to the king. Quite an impressive business arrangement when someone else performs nearly all the dangerous work. To process the enormous quantities of ore, stamp mills soon appeared around the city. Powered by water, massive wooden hammers crushed rocks into smaller fragments. The constant pounding echoed through the valleys day and night. It became the soundtrack of Potosi, a rhythm of industry that rarely paused. As wealth increased, so did ambition. Grand churches rose above the streets, decorated with elaborate altars, financed by mining fortunes. Elegant mansions housed successful mine owners. Balconies overlooked busy plazas where traders negotiated deals involving sums that would have astonished much of Europe. Visitors marveled at the city's prosperity. Some claimed Potosi possessed more churches than many European capitals. Others wrote that its markets overflowed with goods from across the known world: silks from Asia, wine from Spain, textiles from Peru, luxury items from Europe, all somehow reaching a city nearly 4,000 meters above sea level. It seemed almost impossible, yet beneath this glittering prosperity lay another reality. For every wealthy merchant dining beneath silver candlesticks, hundreds of laborers descended daily into narrow, dark tunnels. For every magnificent church, countless exhausted workers carried stone, timber, and ore. For every fortune celebrated in elegant drawing rooms, another family mourned someone who never returned from the mountain. Potosi was becoming one of the richest cities on earth. It was also becoming one of the deadliest places to earn a living. The city itself seemed to exist in two worlds: above ground, wealth, celebration, and opportunity; below ground, darkness, dust, and relentless labor. Both worlds depended entirely upon one another. Without the miners, the grand houses would never have been built. Without the silver, the city would never have existed. As the population climbed beyond 100,000 people, Potosi grew into one of the largest urban centers anywhere in the world. Its fame spread across Europe, Asia, and the Americas. People spoke of it almost as a mythical place, a city where fortunes could be made, a city where fortunes could also disappear, a city built, quite literally, upon the heart of a mountain. In our next chapter, we'll descend beneath Cerro Rico itself, following the flickering candlelight into the labyrinth of tunnels, where thousands of men spent their days extracting the silver that fueled an empire, and where the mountain began, demanding a terrible price for every glittering piece of ore. Chapter 4: Why Spain Needed So Much Silver. By the middle of the 16th century, the Spanish Empire had become something the world had rarely seen before. Its territories stretched across Europe, the Americas, parts of Africa, and even into Asia through the Philippines. On maps, Spanish possessions seemed almost endless, painted in the proud colors of an empire that believed God had granted it a special destiny. It looked magnificent. It also happened to be astonishingly expensive. Empires, as history repeatedly demonstrates, are rather like enormous country houses. Everyone admires them. Very few people volunteer to pay the maintenance bill. When Spain first conquered vast regions of the Americas, many Europeans imagined that unimaginable wealth had suddenly appeared. Stories spread of cities built from gold and kingdoms overflowing with treasure. Adventurers dreamed of filling ships with precious metals and sailing home as wealthy gentlemen. Reality, of course, was slightly more complicated. Conquering an empire was one thing. Governing it was another. Every new colony required soldiers to defend it, governors to administer it, priests to spread Christianity, ships to connect it, ports to supply it, roads to maintain it, fortifications to protect it. Every mile of imperial expansion came with another invoice, and those invoices rarely accepted good intentions as payment. Fortunately for the Spanish crown, the New World appeared determined to provide something much more useful. Silver. Lots of silver. Long before Cerro Rico entered the story, Spain had already begun extracting precious metals from Mexico and other parts of the Americas. Gold attracted the greatest attention during the early years of conquest, dazzling European imaginations with its brilliant color and royal associations. But as time passed, silver quietly proved even more valuable. Gold was rare. Silver existed in far greater quantities. Coins could be minted more easily. Trade could expand faster. Governments could collect taxes more efficiently. Silver became the practical foundation of empire. It wasn't quite as glamorous, but accountants have always possessed a certain affection for practicality. At the center of this growing empire stood one man. King Philip II inherited an astonishing collection of territories during the second half of the 16th century. Spain, the Netherlands, much of Italy, vast American colonies, and eventually Portugal, all came under his rule. He governed an empire so large that people later claimed the sun never set upon it. A poetic description, though it also meant there was almost always another crisis waiting somewhere before breakfast. Philip considered himself the defender of Catholics, Christianity during one of Europe's most turbulent religious periods. The Protestant Reformation had divided the continent. Wars erupted between Catholic and Protestant states. Rebellions threatened Spanish authority. The Ottoman Empire challenged Spanish influence across the Mediterranean. Pirates attacked shipping. France remained a dangerous rival. England became increasingly hostile. Maintaining military strength required enormous financial resources. Armies demanded wages. Generals requested supplies. Fortresses required repairs. Navies consumed timber, iron, rope, sails, and food in astonishing quantities. Even before a battle began, war had already become breathtakingly expensive. Then came another problem. Spain frequently borrowed money, lots of it. European banking families, especially powerful financiers from Germany and Italy, lent vast sums to the Spanish monarchy. These loans helped finance wars long before silver fleets returned from the Americas. The arrangement worked reasonably well, provided the silver kept arriving. Imagine using next month's salary to pay this month's bills, then borrowing against next year's salary as well. Eventually, everything depends upon continuing income. That, in many ways, became Spain's financial reality. When Cerro Rico's incredible silver deposits were discovered in 1545, they appeared almost heaven-sent, or perhaps banker-sent. Either way, everyone with financial interests became very enthusiastic. The Spanish crown quickly established systems to ensure that a significant share of every shipment reached royal coffers. One of the most important taxes was known as the Royal Fifth, requiring miners to surrender 20% of their production directly to the monarchy. Every silver bar had to be weighed, recorded, taxed, stamped, packed, guarded. Nothing valuable simply wandered out of Potosi unnoticed. Well, that was certainly the official plan. Human beings, however, have demonstrated remarkable creativity whenever taxes become involved. Smuggling flourished. Illegal trading networks appeared. Corrupt officials occasionally developed convenient difficulties with arithmetic. Some silver quietly disappeared before reaching royal warehouses. Even so, enormous quantities successfully entered Spain's treasury. The precious metal followed a carefully organized route. First, ore traveled from the mines to refining centers. After processing, silver bars crossed the Andes on mule trains. They reached Pacific ports before traveling overland or around South America. Eventually, heavily armed treasure fleets carried the cargo across the Atlantic. These fleets became floating vaults. Each voyage transported fortunes beyond imagination. Naturally, everyone else wanted them too. English privateers, French corsairs, Dutch raiders, Caribbean pirates. The treasure fleets sailed under constant threat. Storms could sink them. Enemies could capture them. Disease could weaken their crews. A single successful attack might bankrupt merchants. and enrich pirates overnight, Spain therefore developed one of history's most elaborate convoy systems. Warships escorted merchant vessels. Departure dates remained carefully organized. Ports maintained strict security. Treasure traveled only under heavy protection. Because losing a shipment of silver was rather like dropping the national budget into the sea. Back in Europe, the silver flowed almost immediately into government spending. Soldiers received wages. Weapons manufacturers filled new orders. Shipbuilders expanded royal fleets. Foreign creditors collected repayments. Merchants imported luxury goods. Churches commissioned magnificent works of art. The empire seemed to run on silver as surely as modern economies depend upon electricity. Yet there was an unexpected consequence. As enormous quantities of American silver entered Europe, prices gradually began rising. Historians today call this phenomenon the price revolution. Food became more expensive. Clothing cost more. Land values increased. Wages often struggled to keep pace. Ironically, possessing more money did not necessarily make ordinary people wealthier. When the amount of silver increased dramatically, each individual coin gradually purchased less than before. Even economics, it seems, refuses to provide simple solutions. Still, Spain had little choice. Stopping silver production would have meant financial disaster. The empire's armies, fleets, and government depended upon continuous extraction. Every tunnel dug beneath Cerro Rico helped sustain Spanish power thousands of miles away. The miners in Bolivia rarely met the kings who spent their labor. The kings rarely met the miners whose work funded their ambitions. Yet both lives remained inseparably connected. Silver also transformed international trade. European merchants discovered that Chinese merchants eagerly accepted silver in exchange for silk, porcelain, and tea. Soon, American silver crossed not only the Atlantic, but also the Pacific. Spanish ships sailed between Mexico and the Philippines, carrying precious metal westward into Asia. For perhaps the first time in history, one commodity linked Europe, Africa, the Americas, and Asia into a truly global economic network. A coin, minted from Cerro Rico, might begin its journey deep beneath an Andean mountain. Months later, it could purchase silk in China. Years afterward, it might circulate through markets in India, pass into Ottoman hands, or return to Europe aboard another merchant vessel. The world was becoming connected in ways previous generations could scarcely imagine, all because men continued digging deeper into one extraordinary mountain. From Madrid, the system appeared wonderfully efficient. Silver arrived, taxes were collected, wars continued. The empire expanded. But beneath Cerro Rico itself, the reality looked very different. Every gleaming coin represented countless hours of labor in darkness. Every shipment carried not only wealth, but also exhaustion, injury, and grief. The further Spain's appetite for silver grew, the more pressure fell upon the people expected to extract it. Soon, voluntary miners alone would no longer satisfy the empire's demands. Spanish officials searched for another solution, one that would transform an ancient Andean labor tradition into one of the most feared systems of forced work in colonial history. In the next chapter, we will descend into the mountain itself, exploring life inside the Silver Mountain, where daylight disappeared, dust filled every breath, and Cerro Rico slowly earned the chilling nickname that many miners would never live long enough to repeat aloud. Chapter 5. Life inside the Silver Mountain. From the streets of Potosi, Cerro Rico almost looked inviting. Its reddish slopes glowed beneath the morning sun. Tiny figures climbed the winding paths, and from a distance they appeared almost peaceful, like ants steadily making their way toward the summit. The illusion lasted only until you reached one of the mine entrances. There, the mountain opened its mouth. Dark tunnels disappeared into solid rock. Cold air drifted outward, carrying the smell of damp earth, smoke, sweat, and crushed minerals. Wooden supports creaked softly in the darkness. Somewhere far below, the dull echo of metal striking stone bounced endlessly through the underground passages. For thousands of men, this was the beginning of another working day. For some, it would also be the beginning of their last. The miners usually arrived before sunrise. Many chewed coca leaves, a tradition that stretched back centuries among the indigenous peoples of the Andes. Mixed with small amounts of alkaline ash, the leaves reduced hunger, eased exhaustion, and helped workers cope with the thin mountain air. European visitors often misunderstood the practice. To them, it looked strange. To the miners, it was simply another tool, every bit as important as a hammer or chisel. After a brief prayer, a final conversation with friends, or perhaps a silent glance back toward daylight, the men disappeared underground. The deeper they walked, the quieter the outside world became. Soon, the sounds of the city vanished. No market traders, no church bells, no children laughing in dusty streets, only footsteps, dripping water, and the endless ringing of iron against stone. The earliest tunnels were surprisingly small. Many were little more than narrow passages hacked directly into the mountainside. A man often had to crouch for long distances, squeezing through spaces barely wider than his shoulders. Standing upright became a luxury. Fresh air became another. As mining expanded year after year, Cerro Rico slowly transformed into a vast underground maze. Hundreds of tunnels branched into thousands. Some passages connected unexpectedly, others ended abruptly against solid rock. Experienced miners learned to recognize landmarks that would seem invisible to newcomers. A particular crack in the wall, and unusual rock formation, a timber support carved with someone's initials years earlier. Without such knowledge, becoming hopelessly lost underground was entirely possible. Imagine trying to navigate an enormous city where every street looked exactly the same. Every corner remained pitch black, and occasionally the ceiling attempted to collapse on you. Not exactly ideal working conditions. Light came from simple candles or small oil lamps. Their weak flames illuminated only a few feet ahead. Everything beyond remained swallowed by darkness. The shadows danced constantly across rough stone walls, making tunnels seem alive. Sometimes a miner believed he saw movement in the darkness. Usually, it was merely flickering candlelight. Sometimes, it wasn't. The work itself was brutally physical. Using iron picks, hammers, chisels, and wedges, miners slowly chipped away at veins of silver-bearing rock. Every strike sent tiny clouds of dust into the air. Every loosened stone had to be lifted, carried, or dragged toward the surface. There were no electric drills, no conveyor belts, no mechanical excavators, only human strength. Hour after hour, day after day, children sometimes worked alongside adults, carrying baskets filled with broken ore through passages too narrow for larger men. The baskets could weigh more than the children themselves. Step by careful step, they climbed rough stone stairways toward daylight before descending again with empty loads. History rarely remembers their names. The mountain certainly did. Temperature inside the mine could change dramatically. Near the entrance, icy mountain air chilled the tunnels. Deeper underground, trapped heat combined with hundreds of working bodies created suffocating conditions. The humidity varied from one chamber to another. Some passages remained bone dry. Others constantly dripped with freezing water that soaked clothing and turned the ground into slippery mud. Breathing grew increasingly difficult. Every swing of a hammer filled the air with microscopic particles of rock the miners did not know about. Silicosis. They did not understand how tiny fragments of silica slowly scarred their lungs until every breath became painful. They simply noticed that older miners coughed more often. Many struggled to breathe. Some never reached old age at all. The mountain kept its own quiet. Accidents happened with frightening regularity. Timber beam might crack without warning. Loose rocks suddenly tumbled from the ceiling. Entire sections of tunnel occasionally collapsed beneath tremendous pressure. Sometimes miners managed to dig survivors from the rubble. Sometimes they found only silence. Sometimes they never found anything at all. Cerro Rico had an unsettling habit of keeping what it claimed. Flooding posed another constant danger. Underground, springs could suddenly burst into working tunnels. Heavy rains seeped through cracks in the mountain. Water pooled in lower passages, making movement difficult and increasing the risk of collapse. Before modern pumps, removing water required endless labor, with buckets and simple drainage systems. Nature rarely cooperated with mining schedules. Then there were the poisonous gases. Miners lacked scientific explanations, but they understood that certain chambers felt wrong. Candles flickered strangely. Breathing became difficult. Workers grew dizzy. Some collapsed without obvious injury. Today, we know these dangerous pockets often contained carbon dioxide or other gases that displaced oxygen. To 16th century miners, they seemed like invisible spirits lurking beneath the mountain. Quite honestly, if an unseen force suddenly stole the air from your lungs, believing in angry mountain spirits would not seem especially unreasonable. Food underground remained simple. Workers carried maize, dried meat, potatoes, and water whenever possible. Many relied heavily on coca leaves to suppress hunger during long shifts. Meals were brief. Time spent eating meant time not extracting silver. And silver, as everyone in Potosi constantly remembered, was what the empire wanted. The psychological burden proved just as heavy as the physical labor. Imagine spending most of your waking hours in near darkness, rarely seeing the sky, constantly listening for unusual sounds that might signal another collapse, watching friends disappear into dangerous tunnels, never entirely certain they would return. The mountain shaped not only bodies, it shaped minds. Many miners developed rituals before entering. Some crossed themselves, others whispered traditional Andean prayers. Some carried small charms given by family members. Many simply touched the rough stone near the entrance before beginning another shift. When human beings face dangers beyond their control, rituals offer a small measure of comfort. Whether those rituals truly changed fate hardly mattered. They changed fear. As the years passed, strange stories began spreading through the tunnels. Workers reported hearing footsteps where no one stood. Others claimed distant voices called their names. Some described mysterious lights flickering deep within abandoned passages. Exhaustion, darkness, and isolation can play remarkable tricks upon the human imagination. Still, after spending 12 hours beneath a mountain that seemed determined to kill you, arguing confidently against ghosts, stories became rather less appealing. One belief gradually united indigenous traditions with colonial mining culture deep inside. Cerro Rico lived a powerful spirit, not entirely good, not entirely evil. A mysterious guardian who ruled the underground world. The miners called him El Tío. His story would become one of the most enduring legends in all of Bolivia. Even today, statues of El Tío still stand inside many working mines, decorated with cigarettes, coca leaves, and alcohol offered by miners seeking protection before beginning another day beneath the mountain. Because after centuries of cave-ins, poisonous dust, and unimaginable hardship, it seemed wise not to offend whoever or whatever might be listening underground. Above the surface, the city of Potosi continued to sparkle with wealth. Church bells rang, merchants counted fortunes, officials calculated taxes. The silver flowed steadily towards Spain. Below the surface, another day ended. Exhausted miners emerged, blinking into the brilliant Andean sunlight, their faces blackened with dust, their shoulders aching from endless labor, grateful simply to breathe fresh air again. Tomorrow morning, they would climb the mountain once more. Most had little choice, for while Cerro Rico held enough silver to enrich an empire, it also demanded something even more valuable in return: human lives. And in the next chapter, we will discover how Spain transformed an ancient Inca tradition of public service into the infamous MineMita labor system, a system that compelled tens of thousands of indigenous men to enter the mountain, ensuring that the hunger for silver would never go unsatisfied. Chapter 6. The MineMita labor system. Cerro Rico was the heart of Spain's silver empire. The MineMita labor system was the heartbeat that kept it alive. Without thousands of workers entering the mountain every single week, the silver would have remained buried beneath the Andes. The great churches of Potosi would never have risen. The treasure fleets would have sailed home half empty. The royal mints would have fallen strangely. Quiet empires love grand monuments. They are often less enthusiastic about discussing the people who built them. When Spanish officials first arrived in the Andes, they quickly realized something important. The Inca Empire had already created an organized labor system. As we explored earlier, the MineMita required communities to contribute labor for public works. Men might spend part of the year repairing roads, building bridges, constructing terraces, or maintaining storehouses. Afterwards, they returned to their families and farms. It was demanding, but it was also temporary. More importantly, it worked on the principle of reciprocity. The state asked for labor. The state also accepted responsibility for supporting the communities that provided it. Food reserves helped during famine. Roads benefited everyone. Irrigation improved harvests. The labor belonged to the empire, but so did the rewards. Spanish administrators looked at this existing system and reached what they considered an obvious conclusion. Why build an entirely new labor program when one already existed? There was just one rather significant difference. The Spanish version would not primarily build roads. It would build fortunes. In 1573, Francisco de Toledo, the powerful viceroy of Peru, traveled through the Andes, inspecting the colony. Toledo was an energetic administrator, determined to strengthen Spanish rule and increase royal revenues. He believed Cerro Rico could produce even more silver than it already did. The problem, in his view, was labor. Voluntary workers were no longer enough. Mining had become increasingly dangerous. Many indigenous families understandably preferred not to spend months breathing poisonous dust beneath a collapsing mountain. Quite an unreasonable attitude if your ambition happened to involve surviving the year. Toledo decided the solution was compulsory labor. Drawing inspiration from the old Inca Mita, he reorganized the entire system. The result became known simply as the Mita. Although it borrowed the Inca name, it was fundamentally different. Entire indigenous communities across the Andes received official quotas. Each year, thousands of adult men were required to leave their villages and travel to Potosi. Refusal was rarely an option. Colonial officials kept detailed records. Village leaders were expected to provide the required number of workers. Failure could bring punishment, fines, or worse. Some men walked hundreds of kilometers through freezing mountain passes before even beginning their work. Imagine leaving your home, knowing that the hardest part of your journey was still waiting at the end. Every year, approximately 13,000 indigenous laborers arrived under the Mita system. Some came from regions so distant that the journey itself took weeks. Families watched fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons disappear along mountain roads, uncertain whether they would ever return. Many never did. Upon reaching Potosi, the men were assigned different duties. The strongest often entered the mines themselves. Others transported ore. Some worked crushing rock. Others cared for mules, repaired equipment, or operated machinery connected with silver production. No one of the jobs were easy. The underground assignments remained the most feared. A typical shift inside Cerro Rico could last from dawn until darkness, sometimes longer. The tunnels were narrow. Ventilation was poor. Candles provided the only light. Dust coated every surface. Each hammer strike echoed through the mountain like distant thunder. Workers climbed endless ladders, carrying sacks of ore, weighing 30 or 40 kilograms on their backs. One careful step after another. Miss your footing, and the mountain showed very little sympathy. Officially, Mita workers received wages. On paper, this distinguished the system from outright slavery. Reality proved considerably less generous. The pay was often too low to support a family. Many workers had to purchase food, clothing, and tools themselves. Traveling to Potosi cost money. Living there cost money. Returning home cost money. By the time expenses were deducted, very little remained. Some families actually became poorer because their main worker had been conscripted. Fields went untilled. Harvests suffered. Children assumed adult responsibilities far earlier than anyone wished. The absence of one man could reshape the entire rhythm of village life. Many communities struggled to recover. Some villages attempted to avoid the draft. Young men fled into remote valleys. Families hid eligible workers. Officials occasionally discovered abandoned settlements where people had simply vanished before recruitment officers arrived. Human beings have always displayed remarkable creativity when avoiding dangerous employment. Colonial governments have generally displayed equal creativity in preventing such avoidance. Spanish authorities frequently responded with stricter enforcement. Local leaders became responsible for producing their assigned quotas. If too many workers disappeared, officials demanded replacements. The burden spread throughout indigenous society. Even those who never entered Cerro Rico felt its influence. Disease made matters worse. European illnesses had already devastated indigenous populations following the conquest. Smallpox, measles, influenza, communities that once contained hundreds of families sometimes dwindled dramatically. Ironically, as the available workforce shrank, colonial authorities often increased pressure upon the survivors. Fewer people now carried heavier obligations. The mountain's appetite never seemed satisfied. Some historians estimate that over the centuries, hundreds of thousands of indigenous workers passed through the Mita system. The exact number remains debated. Colonial records are incomplete. Many deaths were never officially documented. What is certain is that generation after generation entered Cerro Rico. Generation after generation buried friends beneath its slopes. The physical toll was immense. Silicosis slowly destroyed lungs. Mercury poisoning affected refinery workers. Rockfalls crushed miners without warning. Exhaustion weakened immune systems. Malnutrition made recovery difficult. Even those who survived their period of service often returned home permanently changed, older, weaker, carrying coughs that never disappeared. Their families noticed immediately. The mountain left marks that could not be hidden. Yet, amid this suffering, indigenous communities demonstrated extraordinary resilience. Families supported one another whenever possible. Traditional beliefs endured. Despite colonial rule, languages continued to be spoken. Ceremonies quietly survived. Knowledge passed from one generation to the next. History often celebrates emperors and conquerors. It sometimes overlooks the quieter courage of ordinary people. Simply determined to preserve their identity, the Mita did not erase the cultures of the Andes. It tested them severely. The system also created a curious contradiction. Spain depended upon indigenous labor to sustain its greatest source of wealth. At the same time, that very labor force was gradually being exhausted by the conditions required to produce the silver. It was an economic machine, consuming its own foundation. Officials recognized declining productivity. Mine owners complained about labor shortages. The crown demanded more silver. The solution, almost invariably, involved sending more men into the mountain. Rarely did anyone suggest making the work safer. Safety, unfortunately, generated far less immediate profit than another shipment of silver. As the years passed, another dangerous substance became increasingly important to the mining industry. Silver hidden inside lower-grade ore proved difficult to extract using traditional methods. Mine owners searched desperately for a better technique. They found one. It involved crushing ore into powder, mixing it with salt, and adding a remarkable liquid metal known as mercury. The new process would revolutionize silver production. It would also introduce another invisible killer into the lives of countless workers. In the next chapter, we will explore mercury and the patio process, where one of the greatest technological breakthroughs of the colonial era dramatically increased Spain's silver output, while silently poisoning the people who made that prosperity possible. Chapter 7: Mercury and the Patio Process. The late 16th century, Cerro Rico had already made Spain unimaginably wealthy. Silver poured out of the mountain. Treasure fleets crossed the Atlantic. Kings built palaces. Merchants counted fortunes. Priests commissioned magnificent cathedrals. From Madrid, it appeared that the system was working perfectly. From inside the mines, the richest silver was beginning to disappear. The early years of mining had been almost unbelievably productive. Miners discovered veins so pure that chunks of silver could sometimes be separated directly from the surrounding rock. Some ore contained such high concentrations of precious metal that even experienced miners struggled to believe their eyes. Those days, however, could not last forever. Nature rarely leaves its greatest treasures sitting conveniently near the surface. As the richest deposits became exhausted, miners dug deeper into Cerro Rico. The deeper they went, the poorer the ore often became. Silver remained there. It was simply locked inside complicated mixtures of rock and minerals. Extracting it became far more difficult. The Spanish Empire faced an uncomfortable possibility. The mountain still contained enormous wealth, but without better technology, much of that wealth might remain trapped forever. An empire that had grown rather accustomed to endless silver found this idea deeply unsettling. Fortunately, for Spain at least, a remarkable innovation had already appeared elsewhere in the Americas. In the 1550s, a Spanish merchant and mine owner named Bartolomé de Medina introduced a revolutionary refining method in New Spain, present-day Mexico. It became known as the patio process. The name sounded almost peaceful, as though someone intended to arrange flowers in a pleasant courtyard. Instead, it would transform mining forever. The principle behind the process was surprisingly clever. First, workers crushed silver ore into an extremely fine powder. This alone required enormous effort. Massive wooden stamp mills, driven by water wheels, pounded rock day and night until it resembled coarse dust. The noise echoed across valleys without pause. Travelers described the constant pounding as though giants were hammering the earth itself. Once crushed, the powdered ore was spread across large, open courtyards known as patios. These enormous stone surfaces became outdoor laboratories, or perhaps outdoor chemistry experiments, conducted with rather alarming confidence. The workers mixed the crushed ore with several ingredients: salt, copper sulfate, water, and finally, mercury. Unlike most metals, mercury is liquid at ordinary temperatures. It flowed across the powdered ore like shining silver water, beautiful to look at, terrible to touch. The mixture was stirred repeatedly. Sometimes workers used horses or mules to walk endlessly in circles across the patio, trampling and mixing the materials together. In other places, indigenous laborers performed the work with wooden tools or simply by walking through the mixture themselves. Round and round, hour after hour, day after day. Eventually, something remarkable happened. The mercury bonded chemically, with tiny particles of silver scattered throughout the crushed rock. This created a soft substance called an amalgam. The waste material could then be washed away, leaving behind the precious mixture of silver and mercury. It seemed almost magical. The final step required heating the amalgam inside special furnaces. As temperatures rose, the mercury evaporated into invisible vapor. What remained behind was nearly pure silver. From a technological standpoint, the patio process was brilliant. It allowed mine owners to recover silver that older methods simply could not extract. Suddenly, ore previously dismissed as worthless became profitable. Production increased dramatically. Spain celebrated. Investors celebrated. Royal tax collectors celebrated. The mountain, meanwhile, remained noticeably less enthusiastic. There was one enormous problem. No one fully understood mercury. Workers knew it behaved strangely. It shimmered like polished metal. It flowed like water. It formed tiny beads that rolled across stone floors almost playfully. Children sometimes found it fascinating. Adults considered it useful. Very few recognized it as one of the most dangerous substances they handled every day. The men mixing ore often touched mercury with bare hands. Some stood ankle-deep in the muddy mixture for hours. Others inhaled its invisible vapors while heating amalgam inside poorly ventilated workshops. The poison entered quietly, without dramatic explosions, without obvious warning, simply one breath, then another, then another. At first, symptoms seemed ordinary. Headaches, fatigue, difficulty concentrating. A trembling hand. Perhaps someone blamed the altitude, or exhaustion, or old age arriving rather earlier than expected. Weeks became months. Months became years. The shaking worsened. Memory faded. Speech sometimes became uncertain. Mood changed unpredictably. Workers developed strange behavior that friends scarcely recognized. Some suffered hallucinations. Others experienced severe depression or violent emotional swings. Many eventually lost control of their own bodies. Modern medicine recognizes these symptoms as classic mercury poisoning. The people of Potosi simply watched another worker slowly decline. Invisible poisons are particularly cruel. You cannot hear them. You cannot smell them. You cannot bargain with them. They simply wait. Mercury itself traveled almost as far as the silver it helped produce. Much of it came from the famous mercury mines of Huancavelica. These mines became known as the Mine of Death. Workers there endured conditions scarcely better than those at Cerro. In a tragic twist, one dangerous mountain supplied the poison that allowed another dangerous mountain to produce more silver. History occasionally arranges its cruelties with unsettling efficiency. The journey from Huancavelica to Potosi crossed some of the harshest landscapes in South America. Long mule caravans carried heavy flasks of liquid mercury through freezing passes, steep valleys, and isolated plateaus. Every successful delivery meant more silver production. Every delivery also meant more exposure for thousands of workers. Mine owners viewed the process differently. They saw numbers, output, efficiency, profit. The patio process transformed lower-grade ore into wealth. Production soared. Royal revenues increased. Everyone involved in government praised the innovation. Very few paused to calculate the human cost. Besides, the miners themselves rarely possessed much influence over colonial economic policy. A slight administrative oversight, one might say. The refining yards became busy places. Hundreds of workers crushed ore. Others mixed chemicals. Children carried supplies. Animals trudged endlessly around the patios. Furnaces burned day and night, releasing invisible mercury vapor into the air. The entire city gradually lived beneath a cloud of contamination that no one could see. Even families who never entered the mines often lived close to refining workshops. Dust settled on clothing. Smoke drifted through neighborhoods. Water occasionally carried waste downstream. Centuries later, scientists would still detect traces of mercury in the environment around Potosi. The poison proved remarkably patient. Yet despite the dangers, silver production continued climbing. The empire demanded more. The mountain delivered more. Ship after ship departed the Americas, carrying bars stamped with the royal seal. European markets overflowed with newly minted coins. Merchants celebrated booming trade. Kings financed fresh military campaigns. Across the Atlantic, few paused to consider the men whose trembling hands had helped create this prosperity. Inside Potosi, however, the consequences became impossible to ignore. The city grew richer. Its people often grew sicker. Some miners survived cave-ins, only to face mercury. Others escaped mercury, only to inhale years of deadly silica dust. For many, workers surviving one danger simply meant meeting another. Still, every morning, the gates of Cerro Rico opened once again. The mountain was always waiting, and so were the patios, because the empire's hunger for silver had become almost impossible to satisfy. In the next chapter, we will leave the refining yards behind and follow the ordinary miners themselves, exploring daily life of the miners, their families, their routines, their hopes, and the quiet moments of humanity they managed to preserve beneath the shadow of the rich mountain. Chapter 8: Daily Life of the Miners. The time the church bells rang across Potosi each morning, many miners were already awake. Not because they had enjoyed a refreshing night's sleep. Quite the opposite. Most had rested only a few hours before. Another day beneath Cerro Rico demanded their strength once again. The city itself never truly slept. Long before sunrise, the streets filled with quiet footsteps. Women prepared simple breakfasts over small cooking fires. Mule drivers gathered their animals. Bakers pulled fresh loaves from ovens, already warm from the previous day's work. Merchants arranged goods beneath canvas awnings, hoping to sell enough before evening. And above them all, the rich mountain waited patiently. It never hurried. It never complained. It simply expected another army of exhausted men to climb its slopes. For most miners, the day began with something surprisingly ordinary. A meal. Not a grand feast. Not the sort of breakfast that appears in paintings of royal banquets. Just enough food to survive. Many workers ate maize porridge, potatoes, dried meat, when available, or coarse bread baked from imported grain. Water was common, although many also drank chicha, a fermented maize beverage that had been enjoyed in the Andes for centuries. The meal rarely lasted long. Food was fuel. Conversation could wait until evening. If evening arrived, before leaving home, many miners quietly embraced their families. A wife adjusted her husband's worn woolen poncho against the freezing mountain wind. A child handed him a small pouch of coca leaves. An elderly mother whispered a blessing in Quechua or Aymara. No one spoke dramatically. There was no need. Everyone understood the risks. Some goodbyes carried an uncomfortable question that remained unspoken. Will I see you tonight? The answer belonged to the mountain. As dawn painted the eastern sky with pale shades of gold, thousands of men slowly climbed towards Cerro Rico. From a distance, they formed long winding lines across the reddish slopes. Visitors often described the sight with amazement. It looked almost like a pilgrimage. In many ways, it was. Not toward salvation, toward survival. Most miners carried remarkably few possessions: an iron hammer, a pick, a chisel, a candle, or a small oil lamp, perhaps a leather bag containing food. Some wore simple sandals, fashioned from leather. Others wrapped their feet in woven cloth. Protective equipment, in the modern sense, did not exist. Hard hats? No. Steel-toed boots? Not even close. Dust masks? The mountain considered such luxuries entirely unnecessary. Once inside the tunnels, time seemed to disappear. Without sunlight, hours blended together. The only rhythm came from the constant ringing of iron against stone. Clang, clang, clang. Thousands of strikes echoed through the mountain every single day. Each blow carried hope. Perhaps this next section of rock would contain a richer vein. Perhaps today's labor might earn enough to buy warmer clothing for the children. Perhaps hope is remarkably stubborn, even underground. The physical effort was relentless. Miners hacked away at the rock face until pieces finally broke loose. Others loaded the ore into heavy sacks or woven baskets. Then came perhaps the hardest task of all: carrying the ore back towards the surface. Some loads weighed more than 30 kilograms. The tunnels often climbed steeply. Wooden ladders stretched upwards through narrow shafts. Every step required balance. Every movement demanded strength, already drained by hours of labor. Miss one foothold, and gravity became a particularly unforgiving supervisor. The younger workers usually moved faster. Older miners climbed more slowly, pausing to catch their breath. Many developed a distinctive cough. At first, it appeared harmless. A little dust, a little irritation, nothing unusual. Months later, the cough remained. Years later, it grew worse. Eventually, many miners struggled for every breath. No doctor could offer much help. Fresh air became the only medicine. Unfortunately, fresh air happened to be located outside the mine. Midday often passed unnoticed. A worker might sit briefly against the cold stone wall, remove a small cloth bundle, and eat a handful of potatoes or dried maize. Some chewed coca leaves almost continuously. The leaves eased hunger, reduced fatigue, and helped the body cope with the high altitude. Spanish officials sometimes frowned upon the habit. Mine owners, however, noticed something interesting. Workers who chewed coca often remained productive for longer. Suddenly, the practice seemed considerably more acceptable. Economic necessity has a remarkable talent for changing opinions. Despite the harsh conditions, friendships flourished underground. Men depended upon one another. A loose timber required several hands. A trapped worker needed companions willing to dig him free. One careless mistake could endanger everyone nearby. Trust became more valuable than silver. Experienced miners taught newcomers how to recognize dangerous cracks in the rock. They demonstrated where not to stand, how to listen for unusual sounds, how to read the mountain almost like an old friend whose moods were difficult but familiar. The mountain spoke quietly, a creaking beam, a falling pebble, an unexpected draft of air. Those who survived learned to pay attention. Sometimes the warnings arrived too late. A distant rumble echoed through the tunnel. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Then, silence. No one moved immediately. Every miner understood what might follow. Another crack, another groan from the timber supports. If the mountain decided to collapse, there was rarely enough time to argue with it. When accidents happened, work stopped only briefly. Survivors searched desperately for trapped companions. Sometimes voices answered from beneath fallen rocks. Sometimes only muffled knocks could be heard. Sometimes nothing. The mountain accepted its payment. By late afternoon, exhausted workers finally emerged into the sunlight. Their faces were coated in gray dust, hair stiffened with dirt, hands swollen and blistered, eyes squinted painfully after hours spent in darkness. Even breathing the cold Andean air felt strangely luxurious. Children often waited near the mine entrances. Some ran excitedly to greet fathers returning home. Others waited and waited until someone quietly explained that there would be no homecoming that evening. Loss became an ordinary neighbor in Potosi. At home, wives carried enormous responsibilities. While the men labored underground, women managed households, cared for children, cooked meals, repaired clothing, fetched water, and frequently earned additional income by selling food, weaving textiles, or trading in local markets. Many families depended just as much upon women's work as upon the silver extracted from Cerro Rico. History has often overlooked them. Potosi could not have functioned without them. Evenings offered the closest thing to peace. Families gathered around simple meals. Stories were shared. Children laughed. Neighbors exchanged news. Someone repaired a broken sandal. Someone else played a wooden flute. For a few precious hours, life resembled something almost ordinary. Then someone began coughing. The conversation paused. Everyone recognized the sound, a deep, persistent cough that echoed through countless homes across Potosi. The mountain had followed another miner home. Religion and tradition helped people endure. Some families attended Mass. Others quietly preserved older Andean customs beneath the surface of colonial life. Candles burned before Christian saints. Offerings of coca leaves honored ancient mountain spirits. In many households, both traditions existed side by side. Faith, after all, is rarely concerned with neat categories. When survival is involved, there were moments of celebration. A wedding, the birth of a child, a successful harvest in distant villages. Religious festivals filled the streets with music, dancing, and colorful clothing. For a little while, laughter became louder than hammers. Even the hardest cities deserve moments of joy. Yet everyone understood that morning would come again. Before dawn, the church bells would ring, the fires would be lit, the miners would shoulder their tools. The long climb towards Cerro Rico would begin once more. Another day, another shift, another chance to return home, or not. Above ground, Potosi glittered with churches, grand houses, and overflowing markets. Below ground, ordinary men slowly traded their health for silver that would one day cross oceans, fill royal treasuries, and finance distant wars they would never witness. History often remembers the kings who spent that silver. It far less often remembers the father who carried 30 kilograms of ore up a dark ladder simply so his children might have bread for another week. Perhaps it should, because the true wealth of Potosi was never measured only in silver bars or royal coins. It was measured in countless ordinary lives, lived with quiet courage beneath impossible circumstances. In our next chapter, we will step away from the mine entrances and into the bustling streets of Potosi itself, where women, families, and survival formed the hidden foundation of one of the richest and most tragic cities the world had ever known. Chapter 9: Women, Families, and Survival in Potosi. When people wrote about Potosi during the 16th and 17th centuries, they usually described silver. They marveled at the fortunes, the crowded markets, the towering churches, the endless caravans of mules climbing the mountain, the treasure fleets sailing towards Spain. The mountain itself became famous across the world. The people who kept the city alive, far less so. History has always enjoyed telling the stories of kings, conquerors, and wealthy merchants. It has been somewhat less enthusiastic about the woman quietly baking bread before dawn, while hoping her husband would survive another shift underground. Yet without women, without children, without families, Potosi would never have functioned for a single week. Long before the first rays of sunlight reached the rooftops, countless women were already awake. The morning began in darkness. Small cooking fires crackled inside simple stone houses. Clay pots simmered with maize porridge. Fresh bread baked in communal ovens. Whenever flour could be afforded, water had to be carried, clothing repaired, children washed, meals prepared, before the miners began the long climb towards Cerro Rico. There were no holidays from survival, even on the coldest mornings. Life continued. Many wives quietly watched their husbands disappear up the mountain. The sight became so familiar that it almost seemed ordinary, almost because every family understood that one ordinary morning might become the last. No one could predict cave-ins, or poisonous air, or falling rocks, or mercury slowly poisoning another worker. Some women kissed their husbands goodbye. Others simply nodded. After years of living beneath Cerro Rico, dramatic farewells often gave way to quiet routines. Hope became quieter too. Once the miners had gone, another working day began for the women of Potosi. Many earned money in the city's enormous marketplaces. The markets were among the busiest in South America. Merchants arrived carrying goods from every corner of the Spanish Empire, fresh vegetables from lower valleys, potatoes grown high in the Andes, llama meat, alpaca wool, fine cloth from Europe, wine from Spain, spices carried across oceans, Chinese silk that had traveled thousands of miles before reaching this mountain city. The marketplace sounded like the empire itself, Spanish mixed with Quechua. Aymara echoed beside African languages spoken by enslaved people and their descendants. Bargaining never truly stopped. Neither did gossip. Markets have always excelled at exchanging both goods and rumors. Women sold cooked food to hungry miners. Large pots of stew steamed beside baskets of warm bread. Simple meals could make the difference between enduring another exhausting shift and collapsing from hunger. Others specialized in weaving. The Andes possessed one of the world's oldest textile traditions. Alpaca and llama wool became warm blankets, cloaks, and clothing, carefully woven by skilled hands. Some textiles displayed intricate patterns, passed from generation to generation. These designs carried memories of communities that existed long before the Spanish conquest. Even under colonial rule, culture survived thread by thread. Some women worked washing clothes. Not glamorous work, not particularly well paid, but absolutely necessary. Mining coated everything in dust. Clothing became filthy almost immediately. Water itself became precious. Cleaning garments beneath freezing mountain streams demanded patience that bordered on heroic. If history ever establishes a medal for extraordinary persistence, the washerwomen of Potosi deserve serious consideration. Children also became part of the city's economy. From an early age, modern childhood, with schools, toys, and leisurely afternoons, would have seemed almost unimaginable. Young boys often assisted fathers or older brothers. Some carried small loads. Others delivered messages. Many eventually entered the mines themselves. Young girls learned household skills alongside their mothers. They fetched water, prepared food, cared for younger siblings, helped weave cloth, sold goods in the market. Growing up happened quickly beneath Cerro Rico. Life rarely waited for anyone to become fully prepared. Widows formed another quiet presence within the city. Mining accidents created them with heartbreaking regularity. A collapsed tunnel, a fall, mercury poisoning, silicosis. One day's tragedy could leave an entire family without its main source of income. Some widows remarried. Others continued supporting their children alone through market trading, weaving, or domestic work. Their resilience rarely appeared in official records. Government documents counted silver bars far more carefully than broken hearts. Yet both existed in astonishing numbers. Religion offered comfort for many families. Churches dominated the skyline of Potosi. Their bells echoed across the valley each morning and evening. Masses filled with miners' families praying for protection. Candles flickered before statues of saints. Priests preached hope, endurance, and eternal reward. Many genuinely believed that suffering on earth would be balanced by peace in heaven. At the same time, older Andean beliefs quietly endured. Some families still honored Pachamama, Mother Earth. Others left small offerings of coca leaves before difficult journeys. Many miners asked both Christian saints and ancient mountain spirits for protection. If one guardian happened to be unavailable, perhaps another might be listening. Faith proved wonderfully practical under dangerous circumstances. Festivals briefly transformed the city. Religious feast days filled the streets with music, dancing, and colorful processions. Families dressed in their best clothing. Children laughed. Food became more plentiful. For a short while, the mountain seemed almost forgotten. Almost, because even during celebrations, someone usually glanced towards Cerro Rico. Its enormous silhouette dominated every view. The mountain watched every wedding, every baptism, every funeral, especially the funerals. Death became an uncomfortable companion in Potosi. Funeral processions wound through narrow streets so frequently that many residents recognized the sound of church bells announcing another burial before anyone spoke. Children grew accustomed to mourning clothes. Neighbors comforted grieving families. Life continued because it had to. No city could survive if every tragedy brought everything to a halt. People learned to carry sorrow alongside ordinary routines. Remarkably, love also survived. Young couples still met in crowded markets. Marriages still took place. Babies were still born. Neighbors still shared meals. Musicians still played flutes and drums during festivals. Human beings possess an extraordinary talent for creating moments of happiness, even in places overshadowed by hardship. Perhaps that is one of history's greatest lessons. The city itself reflected astonishing inequality. Some mine owners lived in elegant houses decorated with imported furniture, silver tableware, and paintings from Europe. Servants prepared elaborate meals. Fine wines filled their cellars. Only a few streets away, miners' families crowded into simple homes where every meal depended upon another day's dangerous work. The contrast could hardly have been greater. One family admired silver ornaments at dinner. Another wondered whether silver would claim another father tomorrow. The economy of Potosi depended not only upon the miners, but upon thousands of unseen workers, women baking bread, carpenters repairing doors, blacksmiths forging tools, midwives delivering babies, healers mixing herbal medicines, water carriers climbing steep streets, animal handlers caring for llamas and mules. Every occupation connected to every other. The city resembled an enormous machine. Remove enough small parts, and even the richest mountain could produce nothing. Visitors often describe Potosi as one of the wealthiest cities on earth. In many ways, they were correct. Silver flowed through its markets in astonishing quantities. Luxury goods arrived from across the globe. Fortunes appeared almost overnight, yet wealth proved strangely uneven. The city glittered. Many of its people did not. As evening settled over the Andes, families gathered once again inside modest homes. Children listened to stories told by grandparents. Simple meals were shared. Someone mended torn clothing beside the glow of a candle. Outside, the cold mountain wind swept through the narrow streets. Above everything stood Cerro Rico, silent beneath the stars. Tomorrow morning, it would once again call thousands of miners back into its depths, and thousands of families would once again wait for their return. Some would welcome tired husbands and fathers home by nightfall. Others would receive only the quiet knock at the door that everyone feared. For behind every bar of silver, shipped across the Atlantic, stood a family that had paid part of its own story to the mountain. In the next chapter, we will leave the homes and markets of Potosi behind and step inside the magnificent churches built on silver, where glittering altars, towering cathedrals, and displays of extraordinary wealth revealed how the riches of Cerro Rico reshaped not only an empire's economy, but also its faith, power, and public image. Chapter 10. Churches built on silver. If you arrived in Potosi after weeks of climbing through the Andes, exhausted from the cold mountain passes and thin air, one of the first things you would notice would not be the mines. It would be the churches. Their bell towers rose proudly above the crowded streets. Stone facades caught the bright mountain sunlight. Crosses crowned rooftops that seemed to scrape the endless blue sky. The sound of church bells echoed across the valley, bouncing from one hillside to another until the entire city seemed wrapped in their solemn music. For a moment, you might almost forget that this remarkable city existed because thousands of men disappeared each day into a mountain filled with darkness. Almost. By the beginning of the 17th century, Potosi possessed dozens of churches, monasteries, and religious buildings. Visitors from Europe often expressed astonishment. How could a city standing nearly 4,000 meters above sea level possess such magnificent places of worship? The answer glittered everywhere: silver. Cerro Rico had transformed not only Spain's treasury, but also the appearance of the city itself. Every successful mine owner wanted something more lasting than another chest of coins. Money could disappear. Buildings remained, or at least they remained, until earthquakes, revolutions, or overly ambitious architects became involved. Constructing a grand church became one of the clearest ways to display both wealth and devotion, at least publicly. Whether every wealthy donor suddenly experienced a profound spiritual awakening, history politely leaves that question unanswered. Many genuinely believed they were thanking God for their good fortune. Others hoped generous donations might help secure a comfortable place in heaven. After all, if your fortune came from one of the deadliest workplaces on earth, making a generous contribution to the church probably seemed like a sensible, long-term investment. One of the city's greatest landmarks became the Cathedral Basilica of Our Lady of Peace, while magnificent churches such as Church of San Lorenzo de Carangas displayed extraordinary examples of colonial architecture. Their stone facades combined European Baroque styles with indigenous craftsmanship, creating something entirely new. Spanish architects designed the buildings. Indigenous artisans carved much of the decoration. The result reflected two worlds meeting beneath the shadow of Cerro Rico. Look closely at many carvings, and something fascinating appears. Alongside Christian saints and angels, local plants, animals, and decorative patterns quietly found their place within the stone. European religion, Andean artistry, neither disappeared completely. Instead, they became intertwined. Walking inside one of these churches must have felt astonishing. Sunlight streamed through high windows. Candles flickered before richly decorated altars. Incense drifted gently through the cool mountain air. Choirs filled enormous spaces with music that echoed beneath vaulted ceilings. Visitors lifted their eyes towards painted domes covered in brilliant colors. Then they noticed the silver everywhere. Silver candlesticks, silver crosses, silver chalices, silver lamps, silver frames surrounding sacred paintings, silver decorations covering altars that sparkled in the candlelight. It almost seemed as though pieces of Cerro Rico had climbed out of the mountain and quietly taken their places inside the house of God. The church itself became one of the colony's wealthiest institutions. Through donations, land ownership, tithes, and royal support, religious orders accumulated considerable influence. Priests served not only as spiritual leaders, but also as teachers, advisors, and sometimes administrators. Monasteries housed monks and nuns who devoted their lives to prayer, education, and charity. Hospitals, connected with religious organizations, cared for the sick whenever resources allowed. Faith touched nearly every part of daily life. For ordinary miners, the churches meant something very different than they did for wealthy merchants. Mine owners might admire beautiful architecture. Miners often entered simply to pray for another safe day. Before descending into Cerro Rico, many stopped briefly before statues of saints. Some lit candles. Others crossed themselves. Many whispered simple prayers. Please let me return home tonight. No request could have been more ordinary or more heartfelt. One saint held particular importance. Saint Barbara, long regarded in Christian tradition as the protector of miners, artillerymen, and those facing sudden death, became deeply respected throughout mining communities. Her image appeared inside churches and chapels connected with Cerro Rico. Miners asked for her protection before entering dangerous tunnels. Whether heaven answered every prayer remained uncertain. The mountain often seemed to make its own decisions. Religious festivals transformed Potosi into a city of extraordinary color. Processions filled the streets. Priests carried sacred images through cheering crowds. Musicians played drums, flutes, and trumpets. Children scattered flower petals beneath the feet of participants. Banners fluttered above packed squares. For a few days each year, the hardships of mining seemed almost forgotten beneath celebration. Almost, because many of those carrying candles in the procession would return underground the following morning. The church also served another important purpose for Spanish authorities. Religion helped reinforce colonial rule. Missionaries encouraged indigenous communities to adopt Christianity. Churches replaced many older sacred sites. Christian festivals gradually reshaped the calendar of everyday life. Yet cultural change rarely traveled in only one direction. Indigenous beliefs quietly survived. Some families attended Mass on Sunday and later left offerings to Pachamama. Some miners prayed before Christian altars, then made small offerings to El Tío inside the mine. To outsiders, this might have appeared contradictory. To the people living in Potosi, it simply reflected reality. When your life depended upon surviving beneath a dangerous mountain, accepting help from every possible source seemed entirely reasonable. Art also flourished inside these churches. Painters created enormous canvases depicting biblical scenes. Sculptors carved saints from cedar and local woods. Gold leaf covered elaborate altarpieces. Silver ornamentation reflected candlelight in dazzling patterns. Many indigenous artists mastered European artistic techniques while quietly incorporating their own traditions into the finished works. Their names rarely appeared beside the paintings. Their skill certainly did. Meanwhile, outside the church doors, Another procession continued, not one of celebration, one of labor. Endless lines of miners climbed towards Cerro Rico, their clothing coated with dust, their boots worn thin by stone, their faces weathered by cold mountain winds. The contrast was impossible to ignore. Inside the church, silver glorified God. Outside, men sacrificed their health to produce more of it. History is filled with uncomfortable contrasts. Potosi offered one of its clearest examples. Some priests recognized this contradiction. A number spoke against the harsh treatment of indigenous workers, condemning cruelty and exploitation. Others remained closely connected to colonial authorities and wealthy mine owners. The church, like every large institution, contained many different voices. Some defended the powerful, some defended the powerless. Many attempted to navigate an uneasy path between the two. As decades passed, the churches of Potosi became symbols of the city's extraordinary prosperity. Travelers described them in letters carried back to Europe. Artists painted their towers. Missionaries praised their beauty. Merchants admired the generosity of wealthy patrons. Yet, beneath every polished silver altar lay an invisible foundation. Thousands upon thousands of working days inside Cerro Rico. Every carved column, every ringing bell, every glittering chalice, every magnificent facade. All had been made possible by the mountain and by the people who entered it. As evening settled over Potosi, the last rays of sunlight reflected from church windows before fading into the cold Andean night. Candles continued burning before the altars. Choirs finished their evening prayers. Outside, the mountain stood silent beneath the stars, as though completely indifferent to the city gathered around its feet. Tomorrow, the bells would ring again. The priests would celebrate Mass again. The miners would descend again. And the silver would continue its long journey towards Europe. But that journey was far from peaceful, because once Spain's treasure fleets left the Americas carrying fortunes from Potosi, another group of determined men waited eagerly beyond the horizon. Not priests, not merchants, pirates. In the next chapter, we will follow the silver across the Atlantic and meet the pirates, waiting for the Spanish treasure fleets. Privateers, corsairs, and sea raiders who believed that if Spain insisted on shipping unimaginable wealth across dangerous oceans, someone really ought to relieve them of part of the burden. Chapter 11. Pirates, waiting for the Spanish treasure fleets. Far above the Atlantic Ocean, a gull circled lazily over a line of ships moving westward through the deep blue water. From a distance, the fleet looked almost peaceful. White sails caught the wind. Wooden hulls rose and fell gently with the waves. The sun glimmered across the sea, as if nothing in the world could disturb such a beautiful morning. Hidden below the decks, however, lay enough silver to finance kingdoms. Thousands of bars stamped with the royal seal, countless chests filled with newly minted coins, precious cargo that had begun its journey months earlier beneath the cold slopes of Cerro Rico. Every bar had traveled through dark tunnels, across mountain passes, along dusty roads, through tropical forests, into crowded ports. Now, at last, it was crossing the Atlantic. The journey home should have been the easiest part. It rarely was, because Spain was not the only nation aware of these floating fortunes. Across Europe, kings watched Spanish treasure fleets with growing frustration. England watched. France watched. The Dutch Republic watched. Each nation asked essentially the same question. If Spain insists on transporting unimaginable wealth across thousands of miles of open ocean, surely someone ought to interrupt the journey, preferably us. The Atlantic soon became one of the most dangerous places on Earth, not simply because of storms, but because of men. Some were pirates, others were privateers. The distinction mattered greatly to governments, rather less to the unfortunate sailors being attacked. A pirate robbed ships for personal profit. A privateer robbed ships with official permission from a king or queen. Legally speaking, one was considered a criminal. The other received patriotic congratulations. History has occasionally displayed a wonderfully flexible understanding of legality. One of the most famous privateers was Sir Francis Drake. To Queen Elizabeth III of England, Drake was a national hero, a brilliant navigator, a courageous commander, a loyal servant of the crown. To Spanish officials, his description involved rather fewer compliments. Drake spent years attacking Spanish shipping throughout the Caribbean and along the Pacific coast of South America. He understood something important. Why fight an entire empire when you could simply capture the ships carrying its money? It was an efficient strategy. The Spanish treasure fleets followed carefully organized routes. Each year, ships gathered at major ports in the Americas before sailing together across the Atlantic. Large convoys offered protection. Powerful warships escorted slower merchant vessels. Captains waited until enough ships had assembled before risking the dangerous crossing. Traveling together increased safety. It also created an irresistible target. Instead of searching the ocean for scattered merchant ships, determined raiders knew approximately where enormous fortunes would eventually appear. The fleets usually departed from ports such as Havana after collecting cargo from across Spain's American empire, silver from Potosi, gold from New Granada, emeralds, pearls, cochineal, dye, sugar, tobacco, exotic goods that fascinated European markets. It was the greatest annual delivery service of wealth the world had ever seen. Unfortunately for Spain, its delivery schedule became rather well known. Life aboard a treasure ship was far from luxurious. Sailors slept in cramped quarters. Fresh water spoiled quickly. Food often became infested with insects or mold. Disease spread easily. Storms constantly threatened the wooden vessels. A voyage across the Atlantic could take many weeks. Every day brought uncertainty. Then there were the hurricanes. The Caribbean possesses a remarkable ability to remind sailors that nature remains entirely unimpressed by imperial ambitions. One violent storm could scatter an entire fleet. Ships smashed against reefs. Cargo vanished beneath the sea. Years of mining disappeared into the ocean in a single night. The sea, unlike pirates, never bothered dividing treasure afterwards. Spanish captains therefore faced two relentless enemies, the weather and everyone else. Lookouts spent endless hours scanning the horizon. A distant sail might belong to another merchant, or an ally, or perhaps an English privateer suddenly experiencing great enthusiasm for international commerce. Cannons stood ready, powder remained dry whenever possible. Crews trained constantly for battle, because once enemy ships appeared, hesitation could prove expensive. Imagine protecting several years of royal income while floating inside a wooden box filled with gunpowder. Peaceful employment it was not. Sometimes attacks happened suddenly. An enemy squadron emerged from behind distant islands. Signal flags flew, drums sounded, cannons roared. Smoke covered the sea. Splintered wood flew through the air with terrifying force. Naval battles in the age of sail rarely resembled the neat formations shown in paintings. They were noisy, chaotic, confusing. Captains shouted orders, barely audible above the thunder of artillery. Sailors scrambled across slippery decks. Rigging collapsed. Masts shattered. The sea itself seemed to disappear beneath clouds of black smoke. Victory often belonged not to the strongest ship, but to the better organized crew. Whenever a treasure ship was captured, celebrations erupted among the victors. One successful prize could transform ordinary sailors into wealthy men overnight. The captured silver was divided according to carefully agreed shares. Captains received larger portions. Officers collected generous rewards. Even common sailors earned sums they might never have accumulated through honest wages. Suddenly, the dangerous profession of attacking Spanish treasure fleets appeared considerably more attractive. Rather inconveniently, for Spain, the Spanish crown responded by improving its defenses. The convoy system became increasingly sophisticated. Warships grew larger. Fortifications protected major ports. Signal towers watched coastlines. Harbors mounted heavy artillery. Treasure fleets sailed only under strict supervision. Navigation became carefully planned. Every precaution reflected one uncomfortable truth. Spain's empire depended upon these ships arriving safely. No silver, no salaries, no armies, no empire. Pirates understood this perfectly. Not every raider became famous. Many disappeared without leaving their names in history. Some drowned during storms, others died in battle. Many captured little beyond disappointment. The ocean possessed no guarantee of success. It simply offered opportunity alongside a generous supply of danger. Meanwhile, back in Potosi, miners continued striking their hammers against stone. Most never saw the Atlantic Ocean. Many never even traveled beyond the Andes. Yet their labor echoed across distant seas. A man carrying ore through a dark tunnel unknowingly influenced naval battles, taking place thousands of kilometers away. That is perhaps one of the strangest features of history. Ordinary people often shape global events without ever learning they have done so. The silver itself became almost mythical. European merchants trusted Spanish silver coins because of their consistent quality. The famous pieces of 8, minted partly from silver originating in the Americas, circulated across Europe, Africa, Asia, and eventually North America. Pirates eagerly accepted them. Merchants preferred them. Governments copied them. They became one of the world's first truly international currencies. Remarkably, many pirate stories that later inspired novels and films were rooted in this very trade. Maps marked with treasure, hidden coves, heavily armed galleons, secret islands. The reality proved considerably harsher. Treasure rarely remained buried for dramatic future discoveries. Most stolen silver was spent surprisingly quickly. Even pirates had bills to pay. Admittedly, rather unusual bills, but bills nonetheless. By the late 17th century, Spain's dominance of the seas gradually weakened. England, France, and the Dutch Republic expanded their naval power. The Atlantic became increasingly competitive. The monopoly Spain once enjoyed over American silver slowly began to fade. Yet for more than a century, Cerro Rico's silver remained one of the great prizes of global politics. Every cannon fired at a treasure fleet, every pirate chasing a Spanish galleon, every convoy sailing cautiously across stormy seas, all were connected to one mountain, standing silently in the high Andes. Cerro Rico never saw the ocean. The ocean never saw Cerro Rico. Yet together, they shaped the fortunes of empires. As another treasure fleet finally approached the Spanish coast, church bells rang in celebration. Merchants smiled with relief. Royal officials prepared their ledgers. The silver had arrived. But Spain was only one stop on its remarkable journey, because much of that precious metal would soon leave Europe once again, traveling eastward through global trade routes toward a civilization whose demand for silver seemed almost limitless. In the next chapter, we will follow silver crossing the Atlantic, discovering how the wealth extracted from the heart of Bolivia became the lifeblood of an emerging global economy, connecting miners in Potosi with merchants in Seville, bankers in Amsterdam, and traders on the distant shores of China. Chapter 12. Silver Crossing the Atlantic. If you held a freshly minted silver coin in your hand in 17th century London, or Amsterdam, or Venice, there was a surprisingly good chance that the silver inside it had once rested beneath a lonely mountain in the Andes. Months earlier, it had been buried in solid rock inside Cerro Rico. Before that, it had waited there for millions of years, completely indifferent to human ambition. Now, it was crossing oceans. History has a peculiar way of turning mountains into money. The journey began deep inside the mines of Potosi. After weeks of exhausting labor, miners finally brought heavy sacks of silver-bearing ore to the surface. From there, mule trains carried the valuable cargo towards refining centers, where the patio process separated silver from ordinary rock. The finished metal was poured into thick bars. Each one was carefully weighed, measured, recorded, stamped with official marks, proving that the Spanish crown had collected its share. Nothing happened quickly. Every shipment involved endless paperwork. Empires have always loved bureaucracy, almost as much as treasure. Once enough silver had accumulated, caravans prepared for one of the most difficult overland journeys in the world. Hundreds of llamas and mules formed long winding lines stretching across the Andes. Their bells echoed softly through the mountain air. Each animal carried precious cargo balanced carefully across its back. The roads were steep, the weather unpredictable. Snowstorms could arrive without warning. Narrow mountain paths clung to cliffs that disappeared into dizzying valleys below. One careless step, and both mule and silver vanished forever. Nature occasionally collected taxes of its own. The caravans traveled slowly, perhaps 15 or 20 kilometers on a good day. less if the weather turned against them. Drivers slept beneath the stars. Animals rested whenever grass could be found. Every evening, guards counted the cargo again. Silver inspired many admirable qualities. Trust was not always one of them. Eventually, the precious metal reached the Pacific coast or began a longer journey across South America. The exact route changed over time, but the destination remained the same. Spain, between the Andes and Europe, lay thousands of kilometers of open ocean, and every kilometer offered fresh opportunities for disaster. Before the silver even reached the Atlantic, it often crossed jungles so thick that sunlight barely reached the ground. Rain transformed roads into rivers of mud. Mosquitoes tormented travelers day and night. Rivers flooded unexpectedly. Bridges collapsed. Pack animals became exhausted. Transporting silver across South America sometimes proved almost as dangerous as mining it. Yet somehow, the caravans continued. By the time the treasure finally reached the great Atlantic ports of the Spanish Empire, another remarkable operation was already underway. The treasure fleets. Massive merchant ships gathered inside protected harbors. Warships surrounded them. Dock workers loaded enormous quantities of cargo into carefully organized holds. Bar after bar of silver disappeared below deck. Alongside it came gold, emeralds, pearls, sugar, tobacco, cocoa, leather, and countless other products from the Americas. The ships became floating warehouses or floating invitations to every pirate in the Atlantic. Spanish officials inspected everything with extraordinary care. Cargo lists were checked repeatedly, royal seals examined, taxes confirmed, captains signed official documents accepting responsibility for fortunes beyond imagination. Misplacing a crate of ordinary supplies might earn a stern lecture. Misplacing several tons of royal silver generally resulted in rather more serious conversations. When the fleet finally departed, entire ports watched from the shoreline. Families waved goodbye, church bells rang, priests offered blessings. Sailors crossed themselves before climbing into the rigging. No one knew what awaited beyond the horizon. The Atlantic Ocean possessed many moods. Some days rewarded travelers with gentle winds and clear skies. The sea shimmered beneath brilliant sunshine. Flying fish skipped across the waves. Dolphins raced beside the ships. It almost felt like a pleasant holiday. Then the weather changed. Dark clouds gathered. Winds screamed through the sails. Waves crashed over the decks. Masts bent alarmingly. Sailors fought desperately, simply to keep their ships upright. For days at a time, no one slept properly. The sea demanded complete attention. Storms did not care whether a ship carried ordinary cargo or enough silver to finance an empire. Water seeped into every corner of the vessel. Food spoiled. Fresh drinking water became scarce. Wood expanded and contracted with changing temperatures. Rats found ingenious hiding places among the cargo. Disease spread quickly in cramped conditions. Many sailors reached Europe looking considerably older than when they had departed. The treasure itself required constant protection. Guards remained on duty throughout the voyage. Cannons stood loaded. Lookouts searched the horizon for unfamiliar sails. Even peaceful encounters with other ships inspired caution. In the age of sail, appearances could be wonderfully misleading. A harmless merchant might become an enemy privateer after sunset, or perhaps the other way around. Human creativity has rarely been limited where valuable cargo is concerned. After weeks at sea, the fleet finally approached the coast of Spain. For many sailors, the first glimpse of European land brought overwhelming relief. The journey was almost over, almost even near home. Dangerous reefs, hidden sandbanks, and sudden storms continued threatening heavily loaded ships. Captains relaxed only after their anchors dropped safely inside port. Then began another extraordinary spectacle. Officials boarded each vessel. Cargo was inspected again. Records compared. Taxes confirmed once more. Silver bars disappeared into guarded warehouses under heavy escort. From there, much of the treasure traveled to the Royal Mint. Here, skilled craftsmen transformed plain bars into beautifully struck coins. Perhaps the most famous became the Spanish dollar, often called the piece of 8. These coins were remarkably consistent in weight and purity. That reliability made them trusted almost everywhere. Merchants in Europe accepted them. Traders in Africa recognized them. Businessmen in Asia welcomed them. Even centuries later, their influence would shape currencies around the world. A single coin represented an astonishing journey. Imagine holding it. The silver began as volcanic minerals deep inside Cerro Rico. Indigenous miners extracted it with hand tools. Laborers carried it through dark tunnels. Refiners mixed it with poisonous mercury. Mule drivers crossed the Andes. Sailors survived Atlantic storms. Mint workers struck it into a coin. Finally, someone used it to buy bread. History occasionally hides extraordinary stories inside the most ordinary objects. The arrival of American silver transformed Spain itself. Markets expanded. Luxury goods became more common. Royal building projects multiplied. Magnificent palaces grew larger. Artists received wealthy patrons. Universities flourished. Military campaigns continued across Europe. From the outside, Spain appeared richer than any kingdom on earth. Appearances, however, can be wonderfully deceptive. Much of the silver entering Spain did not remain there for long. The monarchy owed enormous debts to powerful banking families in cities like Genoa and Augsburg. Soldiers serving in the Netherlands expected regular wages. Weapons manufacturers demanded payment. Foreign merchants sold grain, cloth, and naval supplies. Almost as quickly as silver entered Spain, it flowed back out again. The kingdom became less like a treasure chest and more like a busy crossroads through which money constantly traveled. Some economists later joked that Spain behaved rather like a sieve. Silver poured in one side, much of it escaped through the other. Perhaps not the ideal long-term financial strategy. Still, while the flow continued, the empire survived. Across Europe, merchants noticed another remarkable change. Trade became easier. Reliable silver coins encouraged larger commercial networks. International business expanded. Ports grew busier. Banks became more sophisticated. Insurance companies developed new ways of protecting valuable cargo. Without intending to, Cerro Rico helped accelerate the growth of the modern global economy. The miners of Potosi never met the bankers of Amsterdam. The bankers never met the silk merchants of China. Yet all of them handled the same silver. One mountain quietly connected lives separated by oceans. As the 17th century progressed, this connection reached even farther east, beyond Europe, beyond the Mediterranean, beyond the Indian Ocean. Across the vast Pacific lay a civilization with an almost insatiable demand for silver. China. There, the metal would become even more valuable than it was in Europe. In the next chapter, we will follow the global trade with China, discovering how the silver mine beneath Cerro Rico completed one of history's greatest commercial journeys, linking the freezing heights of the Andes with the bustling markets of Ming China, and creating the first truly global trading network the world had ever known. Chapter 12. Silver crossing the Atlantic. If you held a freshly minted silver coin in your hand in 17th century London, or Amsterdam, or Venice, there was a surprisingly good chance that the silver inside it had once rested beneath a lonely mountain in the Andes. Months earlier, it had been buried in solid rock inside Cerro Rico. Before that, it had waited there for millions of years, completely indifferent to human ambition. Now, it was crossing oceans. History has a peculiar way of turning mountains into money. The journey began deep inside the mines of Potosi. After weeks of exhausting labor, miners finally brought heavy sacks of silver-bearing ore to the surface. From there, mule trains carried the valuable cargo towards refining centers, where the patio process separated silver from ordinary rock. The finished metal was poured into thick bars. Each one was carefully weighed, measured, recorded, stamped with official marks, proving that the Spanish crown had collected its share. Nothing happened quickly. Every shipment involved endless paperwork. Empires have always loved bureaucracy almost as much as treasure. Once enough silver had accumulated, caravans prepared for one of the most difficult overland journeys in the world. Hundreds of llamas and mules formed long winding lines stretching across the Andes. Their bells echoed softly through the mountain air. Each animal carried precious cargo balanced carefully across its back. The roads were steep, the weather unpredictable. Snowstorms could arrive without warning. Narrow mountain paths clung to cliffs that disappeared into dizzying valleys below. One careless step, and both mule and silver vanished forever. Nature occasionally collected taxes of its own. The caravans traveled slowly, perhaps 15 or 20 kilometers on a good day. Less if the weather turned against them. Drivers slept beneath the stars. Animals rested whenever grass could be found. Every evening, guards counted the cargo again. Silver inspired many admirable qualities. Trust was not always one of them. Eventually, the precious metal reached the Pacific coast or began a longer journey across South America. The exact route changed over time, but the destination remained the same. Spain, between the Andes and Europe, lay thousands of kilometers of open ocean, and every kilometer offered fresh opportunities for disaster. Before the silver even reached the Atlantic, it often crossed jungles so thick that sunlight barely reached the ground. Rain transformed roads into rivers of mud. Mosquitoes tormented travelers day and night. Rivers flooded unexpectedly. Bridges collapsed. Pack animals became exhausted. Transporting silver across South America sometimes proved almost as dangerous as mining it. Yet somehow, the caravans continued. By the time the treasure finally reached the great Atlantic ports of the Spanish Empire, another remarkable operation was already underway. The treasure fleets, massive merchant ships, gathered inside protected harbors. Warships surrounded them. Dock workers loaded enormous quantities of cargo into carefully organized holds. Bar after bar of silver disappeared below deck. Alongside it came gold, emeralds, pearls, sugar, tobacco, cocoa, leather, and countless other products from the Americas. The ships became floating warehouses or floating invitations to every pirate in the Atlantic. Spanish officials inspected everything with extraordinary care. Cargo lists were checked repeatedly, royal seals examined, taxes confirmed. Captains signed official documents accepting responsibility for fortunes beyond imagination. Misplacing a crate of ordinary supplies might earn a stern lecture. Misplacing several tons of royal silver generally resulted in rather more serious conversations. When the fleet finally departed, entire ports watched from the shoreline. Families waved goodbye, church bells rang, priests offered blessings, sailors crossed themselves before climbing into the rigging. No one knew what awaited beyond the horizon. The Atlantic Ocean possessed many moods. Some days rewarded travelers with gentle winds and clear skies. The sea shimmered beneath brilliant sunshine. Flying fish skipped across the waves. Dolphins raced beside the ships. It almost felt like a pleasant holiday. Then the weather changed. Dark clouds gathered. Winds screamed through the sails. Waves crashed over the decks. Masts bent alarmingly. Sailors fought desperately, simply to keep their ships upright. For days at a time, no one slept properly. The sea demanded complete attention. Storms did not care whether a ship carried ordinary cargo or enough silver to finance an empire. Water seeped into every corner of the vessel. Food spoiled. Fresh drinking water became scarce. Wood expanded and contracted with changing temperatures. Rats found ingenious hiding places among the cargo. Disease spread quickly in cramped conditions. Many sailors reached Europe looking considerably older than when they had departed. The treasure itself required constant protection. Guards remained on duty throughout the voyage. Cannons stood loaded. Lookouts searched the horizon for unfamiliar sails. Even peaceful encounters with other ships inspired caution. In the age of sail, appearances could be wonderfully misleading. A harmless merchant might become an enemy privateer after sunset, or perhaps the other way around. Human creativity has rarely been limited where valuable cargo is concerned. After weeks at sea, the fleet finally approached the coast of Spain. For many sailors, the first glimpse of European land brought overwhelming relief. The journey was almost over, almost even near home. Dangerous reefs, hidden sandbanks, and sudden storms continued, threatening heavily loaded ships. Captains relaxed only after their anchors dropped safely inside port. Then began another extraordinary spectacle. Officials boarded each vessel. Cargo was inspected again. Records compared. Taxes confirmed once more. Silver bars disappeared into guarded warehouses under heavy escort. From there, much of the treasure traveled to the Royal Mint. Here, skilled craftsmen transformed plain bars into beautifully struck coins. Perhaps the most famous became the Spanish dollar, often called the piece of 8. These coins were remarkably consistent in weight and purity. That reliability made them trusted almost everywhere. Merchants in Europe accepted them. Traders in Africa recognized them. Businessmen in Asia welcomed them. Even centuries later, their influence would shape currencies around the world. A single coin represented an astonishing journey. Imagine holding it. The silver began as volcanic minerals deep inside Cerro Rico. Indigenous miners extracted it with hand tools. Laborers carried it through dark tunnels. Refiners mixed it with poisonous mercury. Mule drivers crossed the Andes. Sailors survived Atlantic storms. Mint workers struck it into a coin. Finally, someone used it to buy bread. History occasionally hides extraordinary stories inside the most ordinary objects. The arrival of American silver transformed Spain itself. Markets expanded. Luxury goods became more common. Royal building projects multiplied. Magnificent palaces grew larger. Artists received wealthy patrons. Universities flourished. Military campaigns continued across Europe. From the outside, Spain appeared richer than any kingdom on earth. Appearances, however, can be wonderfully deceptive. Much of the silver entering Spain did not remain there for long. The monarchy owed enormous debts to powerful banking families in cities like Genoa and Augsburg. Soldiers serving in the Netherlands expected regular wages. Weapons manufacturers demanded payment. Foreign merchants sold grain, cloth, and naval supplies almost as quickly as silver entered Spain. It flowed back out again. The kingdom became less like a treasure chest and more like a busy crossroads through which money constantly traveled. Some economists later joked that Spain behaved rather like a sieve. Silver poured in one side. Much of it escaped through the other. Perhaps not the ideal long-term financial strategy. Still, while the flow continued, the empire survived. Across Europe, merchants noticed another remarkable change. Trade became easier. Reliable silver coins encouraged larger commercial networks. International business expanded. Ports grew busier. Banks became more sophisticated. Insurance companies developed new ways of protecting valuable cargo without intending to. Cerro Rico helped accelerate the growth of the modern global economy. The miners of Potosi never met the bankers of Amsterdam. The bankers never met the silk merchants of China. Yet all of them handled the same silver. One mountain quietly connected lives separated by oceans. As the 17th century progressed, this connection reached even farther east, beyond Europe, beyond the Mediterranean, beyond the Indian Ocean. Across the vast Pacific lay a civilization with an almost insatiable demand for silver, China. There, the metal would become even more valuable than it was in Europe. In the next chapter, we will follow the global trade with China, discovering how the silver mine beneath Cerro Rico completed one of history's greatest commercial journeys, linking the freezing heights of the Andes with the bustling markets of Ming China and creating the first truly global trading network the world had ever known. Chapter 12. Silver crossing the Atlantic. If you held a freshly minted silver coin in your hand, in 17th century London, or Amsterdam, or Venice, there was a surprisingly good chance that the silver inside it had once rested beneath a lonely mountain in the Andes. Months earlier, it had been buried in solid rock inside Cerro Rico. Before that, It had waited there for millions of years, completely indifferent to human ambition. Now, it was crossing oceans. History has a peculiar way of turning mountains into money. The journey began deep inside the mines of Potosi. After weeks of exhausting labor, miners finally brought heavy sacks of silver-bearing ore to the surface. From there, mule trains carried the valuable cargo towards refining centers, where the patio process separated silver from ordinary rock. The finished metal was poured into thick bars. Each one was carefully weighed, measured, recorded, stamped with official marks, proving that the Spanish crown had collected its share. Nothing happened quickly. Every shipment involved endless paperwork. Empires have always loved bureaucracy almost as much as treasure. Once enough silver had accumulated, caravans prepared for one of the most difficult overland journeys in the world. Hundreds of llamas and mules formed long winding lines stretching across the Andes. Their bells echoed softly through the mountain air. Each animal carried precious cargo balanced carefully across its back. The roads were steep, the weather unpredictable. Snowstorms could arrive without warning. Narrow mountain paths clung to cliffs that disappeared into dizzying valleys below. One careless step, and both mule and silver vanished forever. Nature occasionally collected taxes of its own. The caravans traveled slowly, perhaps 15 or 20 kilometers on a good day. Less if the weather turned against them. Drivers slept beneath the stars. Animals rested whenever grass could be found. Every evening, guards counted the cargo again. Silver inspired many admirable qualities. Trust was not always one of them. Eventually, the precious metal reached the Pacific coast or began a longer journey across South America. The exact route changed over time, but the destination remained the same. Spain, between the Andes and Europe, lay thousands of kilometers of open ocean, and every kilometer offered fresh opportunities for disaster. Before the silver even reached the Atlantic, it often crossed jungles so thick that sunlight barely reached the ground. Rain transformed roads into rivers of mud. Mosquitoes tormented travelers day and night. Rivers flooded unexpectedly. Bridges collapsed. Pack animals became exhausted. Transporting silver across South America sometimes proved almost as dangerous as mining it. Yet somehow, the caravans continued. By the time the treasure finally reached the great Atlantic ports of the Spanish Empire, another remarkable operation was already underway. The treasure fleets, massive merchant ships, gathered inside protected harbors. Warships surrounded them. Dock workers loaded enormous quantities of cargo into carefully organized holds. Bar after bar of silver disappeared below deck. Alongside it came gold, emeralds, pearls, sugar, tobacco, cocoa, leather, and countless other products from the Americas. The ships became floating warehouses or floating invitations to every pirate in the Atlantic. Spanish officials inspected everything with extraordinary care. Cargo lists were checked repeatedly, royal seals examined, taxes confirmed, captains signed, official documents accepting responsibility for fortunes beyond imagination. Misplacing a crate of ordinary supplies might earn a stern lecture. Misplacing several tons of royal silver generally resulted in rather more serious conversations. When the fleet finally departed, entire ports watched from the shoreline, Families waved goodbye, church bells rang, priests offered blessings, sailors crossed themselves before climbing into the rigging. No one knew what awaited beyond the horizon. The Atlantic Ocean possessed many moods. Some days rewarded travelers with gentle winds and clear skies. The sea shimmered beneath brilliant sunshine. Flying fish skipped across the waves. Dolphins raced beside the ships. It almost felt like a pleasant holiday. Then the weather changed. Dark clouds gathered. Winds screamed through the sails. Waves crashed over the decks. Masts bent alarmingly. Sailors fought desperately, simply to keep their ships upright. For days at a time, no one slept properly. The sea demanded complete attention. Storms did not care whether a ship carried ordinary cargo or enough silver to finance an empire. Water seeped into every corner of the vessel. Food spoiled. Fresh drinking water became scarce. Wood expanded and contracted with changing temperatures. Rats found ingenious hiding places among the cargo. Disease spread quickly in cramped conditions. Many sailors reached Europe, looking considerably older than when they had departed. The treasure itself required constant protection. Guards remained on duty throughout the voyage. Cannons stood loaded. Lookouts searched the horizon for unfamiliar sails. Even peaceful encounters with other ships inspired caution. In the age of sail, appearances could be wonderfully misleading. A harmless merchant might become an enemy privateer after sunset, or perhaps the other way around. Human creativity has rarely been limited where valuable cargo is concerned. After weeks at sea, the fleet finally approached the coast of Spain. For many sailors, the first glimpse of European land brought overwhelming relief. The journey was almost over, almost even near home. Dangerous reefs, hidden sandbanks, and sudden storms continued threatening heavily loaded ships. Captain relaxed only after their anchors dropped safely inside port. Then began another extraordinary spectacle. Officials boarded each vessel. Cargo was inspected again. Records compared. Taxes confirmed once more. Silver bars disappeared into guarded warehouses under heavy escort. From there, much of the treasure traveled to the Royal Mint. Here, skilled craftsmen transformed plain bars into beautifully struck coins. Perhaps the most famous became the Spanish dollar, often called the piece of 8. These coins were remarkably consistent in weight and purity. That reliability made them trusted almost everywhere. Merchants in Europe accepted them. Traders in Africa recognized them. Businessmen in Asia welcomed them. Even centuries later, their influence would shape currencies around the world. A single coin represented an astonishing journey. Imagine holding it. The silver began as volcanic minerals deep inside Cerro Rico. Indigenous miners extracted it with hand tools. Laborers carried it through dark tunnels. Refiners mixed it with poisonous mercury. Mule drivers crossed the Andes. Sailors survived Atlantic storms. Mint workers struck it into a coin. Finally, someone used it to buy bread. History occasionally hides extraordinary stories inside the most ordinary objects. The arrival of American silver transformed Spain itself. Markets expanded. Luxury goods became more common. Royal building projects multiplied. Magnificent palaces grew larger. Artists received wealthy patrons. Universities flourished. Military campaigns continued across Europe. From the outside, Spain appeared richer than any kingdom on earth. Appearances, however, can be wonderfully deceptive. Much of the silver entering Spain did not remain there for long. The monarchy owed enormous debts to powerful banking families in cities like Genoa and Augsburg. Soldiers serving in the Netherlands expected regular wages. Weapons manufacturers demanded payment. Foreign merchants sold grain, cloth, and naval supplies. Almost as quickly as silver entered Spain, it flowed back out again. The kingdom became less like a treasure chest and more like a busy crossroads through which money constantly traveled. Some economists later joked that Spain behaved rather like a sieve. Silver poured in one side. Much of it escaped through the other. Perhaps not the ideal long-term financial strategy. Still, while the flow continued, the empire survived. Across Europe, merchants noticed another remarkable change. Trade became easier. Reliable silver coins encouraged larger commercial networks. International business expanded. Ports grew busier. Banks became more sophisticated. Insurance companies developed new ways of protecting valuable cargo. Without intending to, Cerro Rico helped accelerate the growth of the modern global economy. The miners of Potosi never met the bankers of Amsterdam. The bankers never met the silk merchants of China. Yet all of them handled the same silver. One mountain quietly connected lives separated by oceans. As the 17th century progressed, this connection reached even farther east, beyond Europe, beyond the Mediterranean, beyond the Indian Ocean. Across the vast Pacific lay a civilization with an almost insatiable demand for silver. China. There, the metal would become even more valuable than it was in Europe. In the next chapter, we will follow the global trade with China, discovering how the silver mine beneath Cerro Rico completed one of history's greatest commercial journeys, linking the freezing heights of the Andes with the bustling markets of Ming China and creating the first truly global trading network the world had ever known. Chapter 12. Silver crossing the Atlantic. If you held a freshly minted silver coin in your hand in 17th century London or Amsterdam or Venice, there was a surprisingly good chance that the silver inside it had once rested beneath a lonely mountain in the Andes. Months earlier, it had been buried in solid rock inside Cerro Rico. Before that, it had waited there for millions of years, completely indifferent to human ambition. Now, it was crossing oceans. History has a peculiar way of turning mountains into money. The journey began deep inside the mines of Potosi. After weeks of exhausting labor, miners finally brought heavy sacks of silver-bearing ore to the surface. From there, mule trains carried the valuable cargo towards refining centers, where the patio process separated silver from ordinary rock. The finished metal was poured into thick bars. Each one was carefully weighed, measured, recorded, stamped with official marks, proving that the Spanish crown had collected its share. Nothing happened quickly. Every shipment involved endless paperwork. Empires have always loved bureaucracy, almost as much as treasure. Once enough silver had accumulated, caravans prepared for one of the most difficult overland journeys in the world. Hundreds of llamas and mules formed long winding lines stretching across the Andes. Their bells echoed softly through the mountain air. Each animal carried precious cargo, balanced carefully across its back. The roads were steep, the weather unpredictable. Snowstorms could arrive without warning. Narrow mountain paths clung to cliffs that disappeared into dizzying valleys below. One careless step, and both mule and silver vanished forever. Nature occasionally collected taxes of its own. The caravans traveled slowly, perhaps 15 or 20 kilometers on a good day. Less if the weather turned against them. Drivers slept beneath the stars. Animals rested whenever grass could be found. Every evening, guards counted the cargo again. Silver inspired many admirable qualities. Trust was not always one of them. Eventually, the precious metal reached the Pacific coast or began a longer journey across South America. The exact route changed over time, but the destination remained the same. Spain, between the Andes and Europe, lay thousands of kilometers of open ocean, and every kilometer offered fresh opportunities for disaster. Before the silver even reached the Atlantic, it often crossed jungles so thick that sunlight barely reached the ground. Rain transformed roads into rivers of mud. Mosquitoes tormented travelers day and night. Rivers flooded unexpectedly. Bridges collapsed. Pack animals became exhausted. Transporting silver across South America sometimes proved almost as dangerous as mining it. Yet somehow, the caravans continued. By the time the treasure finally reached the great Atlantic ports of the Spanish Empire, another remarkable operation was already underway. The treasure fleets, massive merchant ships, gathered inside protected harbors. Warships surrounded them. Dock workers loaded enormous quantities of cargo into carefully organized holds. Bar after bar of silver disappeared below deck. Alongside it came gold, emeralds, pearls, sugar, tobacco, cocoa, leather, and countless other products from the Americas. The ships became floating warehouses or floating invitations to every pirate in the Atlantic. Spanish officials inspected everything with extraordinary care. Cargo lists were checked repeatedly, royal seals examined, taxes confirmed, captains signed official documents accepting responsibility for fortunes beyond imagination. Misplacing a crate of ordinary supplies might earn a stern lecture. Misplacing several tons of royal silver generally resulted in rather more serious conversations. When the fleet finally departed, entire ports watched from the shoreline. Families waved goodbye. Church bells rang. Priests offered blessings. Sailors crossed themselves before climbing into the rigging. No one knew what awaited beyond the horizon. The Atlantic Ocean possessed many moods. Some days rewarded travelers with gentle winds and clear skies. The sea shimmered beneath brilliant sunshine. Flying fish skipped across the waves. Dolphins raced beside the ships. It almost felt like a pleasant holiday. Then the weather changed. Dark clouds gathered. Winds screamed through the sails. Waves crashed over the decks. Masts bent alarmingly. Sailors fought desperately, simply to keep their ships upright. For days at a time, no one slept properly. The sea demanded complete attention. Storms did not care whether a ship carried ordinary cargo or enough silver to finance an empire. Water seeped into every corner of the vessel. Food spoiled. Fresh drinking water became scarce. Wood expanded and contracted with changing temperatures. Rats found ingenious hiding places among the cargo. Disease spread quickly in cramped conditions. Many sailors reached Europe, looking considerably older than when they had departed. The treasure itself required constant protection. Guards remained on duty throughout the voyage. Cannons stood loaded. Lookouts searched the horizon for unfamiliar sails. Even peaceful encounters with other ships inspired caution. In the age of sail, appearances could be wonderfully misleading. A harmless merchant might become an enemy privateer after sunset, or perhaps the other way around. Human creativity has rarely been limited where valuable cargo is concerned. After weeks at sea, the fleet finally approached the coast of Spain. For many sailors, the first glimpse of European land brought overwhelming relief. The journey was almost over, almost even near home. Dangerous reefs, hidden sandbanks, and sudden storms continued threatening heavily loaded ships. Captains relaxed only after their anchors dropped safely inside port. Then began another extraordinary spectacle. Officials boarded each vessel. Cargo was inspected again. Records compared. Taxes confirmed once more. Silver bars disappeared into guarded warehouses under heavy escort. From there, much of the treasure traveled to the Royal Mint. Here, skilled craftsmen transformed plain bars into beautifully struck coins. Perhaps the most famous became the Spanish dollar, often called the piece of 8. These coins were remarkably consistent in weight and purity. That reliability made them trusted almost everywhere. Merchants in Europe accepted them. Traders in Africa recognized them. Businessmen in Asia welcomed them. Even centuries later, their influence would shape currencies around the world. A single coin represented an astonishing journey. Imagine holding it. The silver began as volcanic minerals deep inside Cerro Rico. Indigenous miners extracted it with hand tools. Laborers carried it through dark tunnels. Refiners mixed it with poisonous mercury. Mule drivers crossed the Andes. Sailors survived Atlantic storms. Mint workers struck it into a coin. Finally, someone used it to buy bread. History occasionally hides extraordinary stories inside the most ordinary objects. The arrival of American silver transformed Spain itself. Markets expanded. Luxury goods became more common. Royal building projects multiplied. Magnificent palaces grew larger. Artists received wealthy patrons. Universities flourished. Military campaigns continued across Europe. From the outside, Spain appeared richer than any kingdom on earth. Appearances, however, can be wonderfully deceptive. Much of the silver entering Spain did not remain there for long. The monarchy owed enormous debts to powerful banking families in cities like Genoa and Augsburg. Soldiers serving in the Netherlands expected regular wages. Weapons manufacturers demanded payment. Foreign merchants sold grain, cloth, and naval supplies. Almost as quickly as silver entered Spain, it flowed back out again. The kingdom became less like a treasure chest and more like a busy crossroads through which money constantly traveled. Some economists later joked that Spain behaved rather like a sieve. Silver poured in one side. Much of it escaped through the other. Perhaps not the ideal long-term financial strategy. Still, while the flow continued, the empire survived. Across Europe, merchants noticed another remarkable change. Trade became easier. Reliable silver coins encouraged larger commercial networks. International business expanded. Ports grew busier. Banks became more sophisticated. Insurance companies developed new ways of protecting valuable cargo. Without intending to, Cerro Rico helped accelerate the growth of the modern global economy. The miners of Potosi never met the bankers of Amsterdam. The bankers never met the silk merchants of China. Yet all of them handled the same silver. One mountain quietly connected, lives separated by oceans. As the 17th century progressed, this connection reached even farther east, beyond Europe, beyond the Mediterranean, beyond the Indian Ocean. Across the vast Pacific lay a civilization with an almost insatiable demand for silver. China. There, the metal would become even more valuable than it was in Europe. In the next chapter, we will follow the global trade with China, discovering how the silver mine beneath Cerro Rico completed one of history's greatest commercial journeys, linking the freezing heights of the Andes with the bustling markets of Ming China and creating the first truly global trading network the world had ever known. Chapter 13. The Global Trade with China. If the miners of Potosi could have seen where their silver eventually traveled, they would almost certainly have been astonished, not simply because it crossed the Atlantic, not because it reached the royal palaces of Madrid, but because much of it continued its journey across another vast ocean, eventually arriving in bustling Chinese cities more than 17,000 kilometers away. The men carrying sacks of ore through the dark tunnels of Cerro Rico probably never imagined that their labor would one day help purchase silk in Hangzhou, porcelain in Jingdezhen, or tea in the markets of southern China. History enjoys making strangers into neighbors. Long before modern aeroplanes or container ships, silver quietly connected continents. By the late 16th century, the world was becoming more interconnected than ever before. The Spanish Empire controlled enormous territories in the Americas. Portugal sailed around Africa to Asia. Dutch and English merchants expanded their own trading networks. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, the Ming Dynasty governed one of the largest and most sophisticated economies on Earth. Its cities bustled with merchants. Its workshops produced some of the finest silk, porcelain, and lacquerware in the world. Its scholars filled libraries with books. Its farmers cultivated vast fields that fed millions. China possessed something that Europe desperately wanted: beautiful goods. Europe, however, possessed something China increasingly needed: silver. At first glance, this may seem surprising. Why would one of the wealthiest civilizations in history desire so much silver? The answer lay partly in taxes. During the 16th century, the Ming government gradually introduced reforms that encouraged many taxes to be paid in silver rather than in goods or labor. Farmers, merchants, landowners, officials, everyone suddenly required silver to meet their obligations. Demand grew steadily, very steadily. Imagine an entire country deciding that everyone should pay taxes using the same metal. Suddenly, that metal becomes rather valuable. The Spanish recognized the opportunity almost immediately. If China wanted silver, and the Americas possessed extraordinary quantities of it, someone merely needed to transport the metal across the Pacific. Admittedly, merely involved crossing the largest ocean on Earth. Still, merchants have rarely been discouraged by minor geographical inconveniences. The key to this remarkable trade became the city of Manila. Founded by the Spanish in 1571, Manila occupied one of the most strategic locations in Asia. It soon developed into one of the busiest trading ports in the world. Every year, enormous Spanish ships, known as the Manila galleons, sailed between the Americas and the Philippines. Their route stretched across the Pacific, from Acapulco in New Spain, modern-day Mexico, to Manila. It became one of history's greatest maritime highways. The voyage itself demanded extraordinary courage. Crossing the Pacific could take 4 months, sometimes longer. Sailors endured endless weeks without seeing land. Storms battered wooden ships. Food spoiled. Fresh water became scarce. Scurvy weakened exhausted crews. Navigation depended upon stars, winds, and remarkable experience. There were no engines, no radios, no weather forecasts, only vast blue horizons, stretching endlessly in every direction. The ships carried many different goods. Silver remained the most important, bar after bar, chest after chest, coin after coin, all beginning their astonishing journey beneath Cerro Rico. When the vessels reached Manila, another extraordinary marketplace came alive. Chinese merchants arrived aboard elegant junks loaded with luxury goods. Silks shimmered in brilliant colors. Fine porcelain reflected delicate blue and white patterns. Tea, spices, ivory carvings, lacquered furniture, paper, books, jewelry, exquisite craftsmanship filled the warehouses surrounding Manila Bay. Spanish merchants unpacked their silver. Chinese merchants unpacked their treasures. Business began. Unlike many European kingdoms, China produced most of what it needed. Its agriculture remained productive. Its craftsmen manufactured world-famous goods. Its cities bustled with economic activity. European merchants often discovered that Chinese traders showed relatively little interest in European products. Silver, however, silver always attracted attention. It possessed universal value. The Spanish soon realized they did not need to persuade Chinese merchants to purchase European goods. The silver itself served as payment. Everyone left satisfied. Well, almost everyone. The miners of Potosi rarely received a percentage of international trade profits, a rather unfortunate detail in the arrangement. The amount of silver flowing into China became astonishing. Historians estimate that a significant portion of all the silver mined in Spanish America eventually reached East Asia. Some traveled directly across the Pacific through Manila. Other shipments crossed the Atlantic to Europe before continuing eastward through Indian Ocean trade routes. However it arrived, the destination remained the same. Chinese markets absorbed remarkable quantities of precious metal. A single silver coin experienced an almost unbelievable adventure. Imagine following its journey. It begins as volcanic ore, buried inside Cerro Rico. An indigenous miner chips it from the mountain. Another worker carries it to the surface. Refiners separate it using mercury. A mule transports it across the Andes. A ship carries it to Mexico. Another ship crosses the Pacific. A merchant exchanges it in Manila. Finally, it arrives in China, where someone uses it to pay taxes or purchase silk, all without aeroplanes, without railways, without steamships, without electricity, only human determination and an extraordinary amount of patience. The exchange transformed both sides of the Pacific. Spanish America gained access to luxurious Asian products. Chinese silk became fashionable among wealthy Europeans. Porcelain decorated noble households. Tea slowly gained popularity. Spices enriched kitchens across Europe. Meanwhile, China received the silver necessary to support its expanding monetary system. The Pacific Ocean became a commercial bridge rather than a barrier. The world grew smaller, not physically, economically. Culture traveled alongside commerce. Missionaries accompanied merchants. Maps improved. Languages mixed in busy ports. Ideas crossed oceans. Alongside cargo, a sailor leaving Acapulco might hear Spanish, Nahuatl, Quechua, Tagalog, Cantonese, and several other languages before completing a single voyage. Globalization, it turns out, did not begin with airplanes or the internet. It simply traveled much more slowly. Back in Potosi, life changed very little. The miners still rose before dawn. The tunnels remained dark. Mercury continued poisoning refinery workers. Families still waited anxiously for fathers and husbands to return home. Few people realized that the silver they extracted had become one of the most important commodities in world history. To them, it remained another day's work. To merchants in Manila, it represented prosperity. To Chinese officials, it strengthened the tax system. To European monarchs, it financed armies. One mountain served countless masters. Ironically, Spain never completely controlled the wealth it produced. Silver flowed outward almost as quickly as it flowed inward. It financed wars, paid debts, purchased Asian goods, rewarded merchants, enriched bankers. The empire possessed enormous treasure, yet often struggled with enormous expenses. History has a delightfully complicated sense of balance. By the early 17th century, silver from Cerro Rico had become the closest thing the world possessed to an international currency, whether in Seville, Mexico City, Manila, Goa, or the markets of Ming China. People recognized its value. Few objects in history have traveled so far while connecting so many different cultures. And yet, every remarkable journey began in darkness with a miner striking a hammer against cold stone inside a lonely mountain high in the Andes. As the global appetite for silver continued growing, the pressure upon Cerro Rico increased even further. The mountain had already claimed countless lives. Sadly, it was not finished, because behind every successful shipment lay another story of collapse, disease, and grief. In the next chapter, we will descend once more into the tunnels of the rich mountain to explore diseases, accidents, and mine collapses, the hidden tragedies that made the glittering wealth of a global empire possible. Chapter 14: Diseases, Accidents, and Mine Collapses. If silver was the lifeblood of the Spanish Empire, then Cerro Rico quietly consumed human lives to keep that blood flowing. From the streets of Potosi, the mountain still looked magnificent. Its reddish slopes glowed beneath the morning sun. Church bells echoed across the valley. Merchants opened their shops. Children hurried through narrow streets. Visitors admired the city's astonishing prosperity. The mountain revealed none of its secrets. It rarely does, because inside Cerro Rico, danger was not an occasional visitor. It was a permanent resident. Every miner understood this before taking his first step underground. The question was never whether the mountain could kill. Everyone already knew it could. The only uncertainty was when. For some men, the answer arrived within weeks. Others survived decades. Many simply disappeared into history without anyone recording exactly how their lives ended. One of the greatest enemies was something no miner could see: dust. Every strike of an iron hammer shattered tiny particles of rock into the air. The dust floated silently through the tunnels, illuminated only when a candle happened to catch it in its faint glow. The miners breathed it every minute, hour after hour, day after day, year after year. The mountain slowly entered their lungs. Modern medicine calls the disease silicosis. 16th century miners had no such word. They simply noticed that older workers coughed, then coughed more. Eventually, even climbing a short flight of steps became exhausting. Breathing felt like trying to draw air through wet cloth. The lungs gradually hardened with scar tissue until they could no longer do the simple task they had performed since birth. No medicine existed. No operation could help. Fresh mountain air might slow the suffering. Unfortunately, most miners spent their lives beneath the mountain instead of outside it. Families recognized the symptoms immediately. A father returned home, coughing. A few months later, he could no longer carry heavy loads. Soon afterwards, he struggled simply to walk across the room. Children watched strong men become shadows of themselves. The mountain continued collecting its payment. Mercury poisoning created another invisible tragedy. As we explored in the previous chapter, workers refining silver handled liquid mercury almost every day. They breathed its vapors, touched it with bare skin, worked beside furnaces, releasing invisible clouds of toxic metal. The poison entered quietly. There were no dramatic warnings, no loud explosions, only slow changes. Hands began trembling. Speech became uncertain. Memory faded. Some workers grew anxious or confused. Others experienced sudden mood changes that frightened their own families. People whispered that the mountain was changing them. In a way, it was. The poison simply happened to arrive in liquid form. Accidents, however, required no explanation. Everyone understood a collapsing tunnel. The earliest mines followed rich veins of silver wherever they led, sometimes straight upwards, sometimes downwards, sometimes twisting unexpectedly through unstable rock. Timber supports helped hold the tunnels open, at least for a while. Wood ages, rock shifts, gravity remains astonishingly patient. A single cracking sound often changed everything. Experienced miners learned to listen carefully. A creaking beam, a pebble falling from the ceiling, an unfamiliar groan deep inside the rock. The mountain often whispered before it shouted. Those whispers deserved respect. Imagine working in a dark corridor where the ceiling occasionally announces that it is considering becoming the floor. Every day, for years, it is difficult to relax under such circumstances. Sometimes collapses happened suddenly, without warning. A deafening roar filled the tunnel. Dust exploded into the air. Candles went out instantly. Darkness swallowed everything. Workers nearest the entrance ran. Those farther inside often had no chance. Thousands of tons of rock moved with unstoppable force. When silence finally returned, Friends called each other's names. Sometimes voices answered, faint, frightened, trapped beneath shattered timber and broken stone. Rescue efforts began immediately, not because sophisticated emergency services existed, because fellow miners refused to abandon one another. Armed with picks and shovels, they dug desperately through unstable debris. Every minute mattered. Every sound offered hope. Sometimes they reached survivors after hours of exhausting labor. Sometimes after days. Sometimes they found only helmets or tools or nothing at all. The mountain kept its silence. There were no official memorial services for every victim. Too many accidents occurred. Too many names disappeared. Life in Potosi demanded that work continue. Another shift entered the mine. Another family mourned. Another tragedy quietly joined countless others. Water also became an unpredictable enemy. Deep beneath Cerro Rico, underground springs flowed through cracks in the rock. During heavy rains, water seeped into old tunnels. Small trickles sometimes became rushing streams. Passages flooded unexpectedly. Miners climbed desperately towards higher ground. Tools disappeared beneath muddy water. Entire sections of the mine occasionally became unusable. Without modern pumps, draining flooded tunnels required enormous effort. Buckets, ropes, human strength. Sometimes the water won. Fire presented another danger that surprises many modern readers. Although the mines felt damp in places, candles burned everywhere. Wooden supports lined the tunnels. Oil lamps illuminated dark passages. A single careless flame could ignite timber or stored supplies. Smoke spread quickly through confined spaces. Even a relatively small fire consumed precious oxygen. Underground, smoke often proved deadlier than flames. The mountain offered many different ways to die. It displayed remarkable imagination. Exhaustion itself became a silent killer. Many miners worked incredibly long shifts. Their muscles never fully recovered. Sleep remained short. Nutrition was often poor. Cold mornings followed exhausting days. The body gradually weakened. A tired worker reacts more slowly, misses small warnings, makes tiny mistakes. Inside Cerro Rico, tiny mistakes frequently carried enormous consequences. Disease spread rapidly in the crowded city above the mines as well. Potosi had grown faster than almost anyone expected. Thousands of people lived close together. Waste disposal remained limited. Clean water was not always available. Illness traveled through neighborhoods with alarming speed. Smallpox, typhus, influenza, dysentery outbreaks regularly swept through the city. Hospitals existed. Their resources did not always match the scale of suffering. Doctors worked with the medical knowledge of their own time. Some treatments genuinely helped. Others almost certainly did not. Bloodletting remained popular. Herbal remedies varied in effectiveness. Prayer offered comfort where medicine reached its limits. Sometimes, faith was the only treatment available. Children faced especially difficult circumstances. Many lost fathers in the mines. Others became orphans after disease claimed both parents. Some entered the workforce while still very young. The cycle continued. One generation replaced another. The mountain never seemed short of new laborers. Travelers visiting Potosi often marveled at its wealth. They admired elegant churches, grand houses, busy marketplaces. Few spent much time describing the coughing miner, resting beside a doorway, or the widow quietly selling bread to feed her children, or the boy carrying his father's tools after the funeral. History sometimes notices monuments before people, yet people built every monument. Even the wealthy mine owners understood the dangers. Some invested in stronger timber supports. Others improved ventilation where possible. A handful genuinely attempted safer working conditions. Many did not. Replacing damaged beams cost money. Closing dangerous tunnels reduced production. And production remained the empire's favorite word. Silver first, questions later. It became an expensive philosophy. The psychological burden proved just as heavy. Miners lived with constant uncertainty. Every goodbye might become permanent. Every unusual sound inside the tunnel demanded attention. Many developed rituals before beginning work. Some crossed themselves. Some kissed small religious medals. Others placed coca leaves near the entrance as offerings. Many quietly greeted LTO, the mysterious guardian believed to watch over the underground world. If the mountain possessed a master, better to remain on good terms with him. Whether these rituals offered physical protection hardly mattered. They offered courage. Sometimes courage is enough to take the next step. Sometimes it is all a person possesses. By the 17th century, stories about Cerro had spread across the globe. People spoke of its astonishing wealth, its endless silver, its magnificent city. Far fewer understood terrible price paid for every glittering coin. Some later estimates claimed that hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, died because of the mining economy over the centuries. The exact figure remains impossible to verify, and historians continue to debate the numbers. But there is no serious disagreement that the human cost was immense. The mountain earned another name, not simply the rich mountain, but a mountain that fed an empire by slowly consuming generations of workers. Its riches glittered in royal palaces across Europe. Its tragedies remained buried beneath layers of stone and dust. As darkness settled once again over Potosi, another shift of weary miners emerged from the tunnels. Some embraced waiting families, others limped home in silence. A few never appeared at all. Tomorrow, before dawn, new workers would shoulder their tools and begin the climb once more, because Spain's hunger for silver had not ended. Neither had Cerro Rico's appetite. In the next chapter, we will leave the harsh realities of the tunnels behind and descend into one of the mountain's most enduring mysteries, the legends of El Tío, the strange horned guardian of the mines, whom generations of Bolivian miners have honored, feared, and quietly spoken to before entering the darkness. Chapter 15, Legends of El Tío, the spirit of the mine every morning, before the first hammer struck stone, before the candles flickered to life, before another line of weary miners disappeared into the endless darkness of Cerro Rico. Many paused for just a moment, not before a church altar, not before a priest, but before a rough statue standing quietly inside the mountain itself. The figure stared back with wide eyes. Its face was covered in dust. It often wore a battered mining helmet. A cigarette rested between its lips. Sometimes fresh coca leaves lay at its feet. Occasionally, someone left a splash of strong alcohol beside it. The statue had horns, a broad grin, and an unsettling expression that seemed halfway between amusement and warning. The miners called him El Tío, the uncle, although there was nothing particularly uncle-like about him, at least not by most family standards. If your uncle happened to possess horns, rule an underground kingdom, and accept cigarettes as gifts, family gatherings must have been rather memorable. To outsiders, El Tío appeared confusing. Some visitors immediately assumed he represented the devil. Others believed he was simply a local legend invented to frighten young miners. The truth proved far more complicated. Like so much of the history of the Andes, El Tío emerged from two very different worlds colliding. Long before the Spanish conquest, indigenous peoples believed that mountains were alive, not merely large piles of rock, living beings, sacred places, powerful guardians. The Quechua and Aymara peoples honored the Apus, the protective mountain spirits, believed to watch over communities, weather, and harvests. Each great mountain possessed its own personality, its own power, its own presence. People treated these places with profound respect. Offerings of food, coca leaves, or chicha were made before difficult journeys or important ceremonies. The mountains gave life. The mountains could also take it away. Then came the Spanish, along with soldiers, priests, and Christianity. Missionaries condemned many indigenous religious practices as pagan. Sacred shrines were destroyed. Churches rose where older temples once stood. The Christian devil entered the Andes alongside the Bible, yet beliefs rarely disappear simply because someone orders them to. Instead, they change. Over generations, ancient mountain spirits slowly blended with European images of Satan. The result became El Tío, a figure unlike anything found in Europe or anywhere else in the world. To many miners, El Tío was not exactly evil, nor entirely good. He simply ruled the underground world. Above the surface belonged God, the churches, the saints, the bright sunlight. Below the surface, that was El Tío's domain. It made a certain kind of sense. Once a miner stepped beneath the mountain, ordinary rules seemed to fade away. Day became night. Fresh air disappeared. Silence gave way to the endless echo of iron against stone. Life depended upon forces no one could completely control. If someone governed that hidden kingdom, perhaps it was better to remain on friendly terms. So the offerings continued. Before beginning a difficult shift, miners often placed fresh coca leaves before El Tío. Some lit cigarettes and tucked them carefully between the statue's lips. Others poured a little alcohol onto the ground, not because the spirit was expected to become pleasantly relaxed, but because sharing food and drink represented respect. A small gift might encourage good fortune, or at least discourage bad luck. Mining has always inspired practical superstition. When your workplace collapses without warning, almost every tradition begins to seem worth preserving. Visitors occasionally laughed when they first encountered El Tío. The miners rarely joined them, not because they believed the statue itself would suddenly come alive, but because disrespect felt dangerous. Many workers insisted that mocking El Tío invited accidents. Perhaps a tunnel would collapse. Perhaps tools would break. Perhaps valuable silver veins would mysteriously disappear. Coincidence? Maybe. Few miners cared to test the theory. Some experiments simply seem unnecessary. The statues themselves varied from tunnel to tunnel. Some were little more than rough figures, carved from stone. Others became surprisingly elaborate. Painted eyes, large horns, bright scarves around the neck, old boots, mining helmets decorated with ribbons or colorful paper. Dust settled over everything eventually. Even the most carefully maintained statue slowly blended into the mountain surrounding it. Every now and then, someone cleaned the figure, placed fresh flowers nearby, or replaced an old cigarette with a new one. It was less an act of worship than of acknowledgement, an old agreement quietly renewed. The relationship between Catholicism and El Tío became particularly fascinating. Many miners attended Mass regularly. They baptized their children, celebrated Christian holidays, prayed before images of the Virgin Mary. Then, the following morning, they offered coca leaves to El Tío before entering the mine. To an outsider, this appeared contradictory. To the miners, it simply reflected two different worlds. God ruled the heavens, El Tío ruled beneath the earth. Both deserved respect. Life in Potosi had taught people not to ignore powerful forces. Spanish priests generally viewed El Tío with considerable concern. Many regarded the practice as dangerous superstition. Some attempted to discourage it. Others simply accepted that centuries of local tradition could not easily be erased. The miners listened politely, then continued leaving cigarettes for El Tío. Old habits possess remarkable endurance, especially when reinforced by generations of dangerous work. Stories about El Tío spread through every mining community. One miner claimed the spirit had appeared during a cave-in, guiding survivors towards a hidden escape tunnel. Another insisted El Tío punished greedy men who stole from their companions. Someone else swore that rich silver veins appeared only after proper offerings had been made. Were these stories true? Almost certainly not in a literal sense, but legends rarely survive because they are scientifically verifiable. They survive because they express something deeper: fear, hope, respect, the constant uncertainty of life beneath the mountain. El Tío became a way of giving shape to dangers that could not otherwise be explained. Why did one miner survive while another died? Why did one tunnel reveal rich silver while another remained empty? Why did disaster strike without warning? Sometimes, people simply needed an answer, even an imperfect one. As centuries passed, El Tío became one of Bolivia's most recognizable cultural symbols. The mines of Cerro Rico still contain statues today. Modern miners continue many of the old traditions. Offerings of coca leaves, alcohol, and cigarettes are still made in some tunnels before work begins. Not every miner shares the same beliefs, and practices vary from one group to another. But the figure of El Tío remains a powerful part of the mountain's cultural identity. For historians, El Tío represents something extraordinary. He is not merely a legend. He is evidence. Evidence that indigenous traditions survived conquest. Evidence that European Christianity and Andean beliefs blended into something entirely unique. Evidence that ordinary working people created their own ways of understanding an environment where death always seemed only a few footsteps away. Standing deep inside Cerro Rico, surrounded by silence, broken only by distant hammers, it becomes easier to understand why such beliefs endured. The mountain feels ancient, indifferent, almost alive. Every creak echoes through the darkness. Every gust of cold air seems to carry a whisper. Every shadow invites imagination. The miners did not create LTO because they lacked intelligence. They created and preserved the tradition because the mountain inspired questions that no simple answer could satisfy. When history focuses only on silver production, trade routes, and imperial wealth, it misses something essential. Cerro Rico was not merely an economic engine. It was a place where people searched for meaning while confronting danger every single day. Sometimes that meaning came from a church, sometimes from family, sometimes from an old horned statue sitting quietly in the darkness with a cigarette balanced between its lips. As another dawn approached Potosi, miners gathered once more at the mountain's entrance. Some crossed themselves, some adjusted their tools. A few paused before LTO, leaving fresh coca leaves and whispering a quiet request for safe passage. Then, one by one, they disappeared into the tunnels. The mountain accepted them without a word. In the next chapter, we will climb back into the daylight to explore the decline of the silver boom, following how the seemingly endless riches of Cerro Rico gradually faded, leaving behind a city that had once dazzled the world, and an empire that slowly discovered even the greatest mountain cannot give forever. Chapter 16. The slow decline of the rich mountain. For more than a century, it had seemed impossible to imagine Cerro Rico ever running out. The mountain appeared almost magical. Every year, more silver emerged from its tunnels. More churches rose above the city. More ships sailed across the Atlantic. More kings spent fortunes that had begun as ordinary rocks beneath the Andes. To many people living in Europe, the supply of silver felt endless. Mountains, after all, look permanent, solid, unchanging. They inspire confidence. What they rarely inspire is the thought that someone is slowly hollowing them out from the inside. But every hammer strike removed a little more rock. Every cartload of ore left another empty space. Every generation of miners dug a little deeper than the last. Even the richest mountain has limits. Nature had simply hidden those limits beneath millions of tons of stone. By the middle of the 17th century, experienced miners began noticing subtle changes. The richest veins became harder to find. Tunnels stretched farther into the mountain. New shafts descended deeper than ever before. What had once been discovered close to the surface now required weeks or even months of dangerous excavation. The mountain had not stopped producing silver. It had merely become less generous, rather like an elderly relative who still gives birthday presents, only somewhat smaller ones each year. Mine owners responded in the only way they knew. Dig deeper, employ more workers, expand the tunnels, improve refining methods, increase production. If one section of the mountain yielded less silver, perhaps another would prove richer. Sometimes it did. Often it did not. The problem was simple. Every additional meter of excavation demanded greater effort, more timber supports, more laborers, more candles, more ropes, more animals, more food, more mercury. Everything became more expensive, except hope. Hope remained wonderfully affordable. The deeper tunnels introduced entirely new dangers. Fresh air struggled to reach the lowest chambers. Ventilation became increasingly poor. Heat built up underground, despite the freezing climate outside. Water seeped through cracks in the rock. Old timber supports groaned beneath the growing weight of the mountain above. Every new level resembled a gamble. Would today reveal another magnificent silver vein or another collapse? No one knew. The mountain had become more secretive with age. The quality of the ore also declined. In earlier generations, miners often discovered remarkably pure silver deposits. Now, much of the remaining ore contained only small traces of precious metal. Enormous quantities of rock had to be extracted simply to produce the same amount of silver. Imagine baking an entire loaf of bread only to receive a single slice. The effort remained almost identical. The reward became considerably smaller. The refining yards worked harder than ever. The patio process recovered silver that earlier generations would have abandoned as worthless. Yet even mercury possessed limits. Technology could improve efficiency. It could not create silver where none existed. Still, the empire demanded more. Royal officials rarely accepted geological reality as a satisfactory explanation for declining income. Governments have always displayed remarkable optimism regarding natural resources. Surely the mountain still contained hidden wealth. Surely the miners simply needed to work harder. Surely another rich vein waited just beyond the next wall of rock. Reality proved considerably less cooperative. The effects spread throughout Potosi. Mine owners earned smaller profits. Some wealthy families quietly left the city, investing their fortunes elsewhere before conditions worsened further. Merchants noticed fewer customers, purchasing expensive imported goods. The markets remained lively, but something had changed. The astonishing confidence that once defined Potosi slowly began to fade. For generations, the city had lived with the assumption that tomorrow would always be richer than yesterday. Now, tomorrow looked rather uncertain. Ordinary miners experienced little improvement despite declining production. If anything, their work became harder, longer hours, deeper tunnels, greater risks. Lower quality ore demanded more labor for less reward. The mountain expected the same effort while offering fewer gifts in return. Many families wondered whether life elsewhere might provide better opportunities. Some returned to farming communities. Others traveled to different mining regions. Young men who might once have dreamed of fortunes inside Cerro Rico increasingly looked beyond the mountain. Potosi remained an important city. It was no longer the irresistible destination it had once been. Nature also began revealing the consequences of centuries of relentless extraction. Large sections of Cerro Rico became unstable. Empty chambers spread beneath the mountain like an enormous underground maze. Some tunnels connected unexpectedly. Others collapsed permanently. Cracks appeared in places where none had existed before. The mountain itself seemed tired. Visitors occasionally remarked that Cerro Rico looked different than it had in earlier decades. Not dramatically. Mountains rarely change overnight, but gradually, patiently, almost imperceptibly. History often unfolds in precisely the same way. The city's magnificent churches still stood proudly. Their bells continued ringing. Festivals still filled the streets. Children still laughed in the marketplaces. Life certainly continued. Yet behind the familiar routines lay a growing awareness that the age of effortless abundance had ended. Even Spain began feeling the effects. Royal revenues became less predictable. Military campaigns remained expensive. European rivals grew stronger. The Dutch Republic expanded its commercial influence. England developed into a formidable naval power. France increased its ambitions. Spain still possessed enormous wealth. It no longer possessed an unquestioned monopoly over it. The silver that had once made Spain appear invincible could no longer solve every problem. Money can finance armies. It cannot permanently overcome economic reality. Ironically, centuries of abundant silver had created difficulties of their own. Prices across Europe had risen steadily during what historians later called the price revolution. As vast quantities of precious metal entered circulation, the purchasing power of money gradually changed. Goods became more expensive. Wages struggled to keep pace. Economic systems adjusted in complicated ways that few people fully understood at the time. The silver that had enriched Europe also reshaped its economy in unexpected ways. Back in Potosi, older miners became storytellers. They spoke of legendary silver veins discovered during their youth, of ore so rich that it almost glittered in the candlelight, of fortunes earned in a single season. Young workers listened with fascination, sometimes with skepticism. Every older generation has a tendency to remember the past as slightly more extraordinary than it really was. In Cerro Rico's case, the stories happened to contain a remarkable amount of truth. The richest years genuinely had been astonishing. Even as production declined, however, the mountain refused to become entirely silent. Silver continued emerging from its tunnels, just not in the overwhelming quantities of earlier generations. Mining adapted. New techniques appeared. Fresh investments arrived. The city survived. It simply learned that survival and prosperity are not always the same thing. Travelers visiting Potosi toward the end of the 17th century encountered a place filled with contrasts. Magnificent churches overlooked neighborhoods where poverty had become increasingly visible. Elegant mansions stood beside modest homes. Markets remained busy, yet many merchants quietly admitted that business was no longer what it had once been. The glory remained. The certainty did not. And still, each morning before sunrise, miners climbed the familiar paths toward Cerro Rico. The mountain had shaped the lives of their fathers and their grandfathers. It continued shaping theirs. Whether rich or poor, hopeful or weary, they kept returning to the tunnels because for many families, there was simply nowhere else to go. The rich mountain had given unimaginable wealth to empires. It had inspired cities, churches, and global trade. It had also consumed generations of human lives. Now, after more than a century of relentless extraction, it offered a quiet reminder that even the greatest natural treasures are finite. No mountain, however rich, can give forever. In our next chapter, we will explore how Potosi changed the world economy, tracing how the silver of Cerro Rico reshaped banking, international trade, inflation, and the rise of the first truly interconnected global financial system, leaving an economic legacy that still echoes through the modern world today. Chapter 17, Modern Mining in Bolivia.